reaches, oh, that ball's out, that's live! Back the other way, Sam Hubbard! The Cincinnati Kid! Hubbard's got a convoy! Chased by Andrews! At the 30, the 20, he will score!
To the end zone, down the field, and it is deflected, and gone! Touchdown! A.J. Green!
Over goes back to throw, men are coming late, looks right down the middle, there's Eddie Brown, he has it at the 35 to the 30, he may go, 10-5, touchdown!
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up.
Yeah.
It is good.
Corey Dillon, he's gone. The knockout punch, you're looking at it. 65 yards.
And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20, touchdown! And Chris Collinsworth.
Throwing the long ball. Deep down the field. Chad Johnson's got it. Touchdown, Cincinnati. Look at Chase go. Oh my goodness, what a gear he just found. Chase for the touchdown. Wow, Chase is on the case.
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam. How about that?
How about that? The bye week is behind us. The Steelers stand between the Bengals and being 4-6. Unk Bowl 2.0 on deck. Craig Sandlin joined by Mike Hart. Welcome in Chatterbox Sports, Chatterbox Bengals pregame show. We'll take you through the next 30 minutes or so to get you ready for this week's Bengals matchup. Mike, how we doing? Did you enjoy the bye week here?
Yeah, it was crazy how relaxing it was. I didn't have to worry about my blood pressure going up and down and us looking like we might win. I just had a nice, relaxing Sunday, and it was great.
Isn't it nice how your blood pressure just immediately goes down when the Bengals don't have to play and you don't have to worry about everything?
I thought the season was over,
nice.
Actually. I'm surprised we're even here.
I mean, it might as well be. I mean, if we're being completely honest with ourselves, Mike, it might as well be. Speaking of which, let's talk about why it might as well be. Bengals had a opportunity after the last Pittsburgh game with games against the Jets and the Bears. Two very winnable games, to say the least, Mike, and unable to come away with either one of them. We'll talk about the news of the bye week here coming up, but let's take a quick look back at that Bears game, the last time we saw the Cincinnati Bengals. And as a reminder, Charlie Jones took that opening kickoff 98 yards to the house, 7-0 Bengals lead, but Ben Johnson, deep into the playbook, made it 7-7 on a double reverse wide receiver toss to Caleb Williams. Bengals got a field goal to go up 10-7 with 5:41 left in the first, but Zacchaeus would take an end around 15 yards to the house and a 14-10 Bears lead early in the second. Bengals settle for a field goal on their next drive, and then the Bears add a field goal of their own with 1:30 left to play in the half. Bengals able to answer before half, though, when Joe Flacco finds T. Higgins for a 44-yard touchdown down the sideline and a 20-17 lead. Bears put together a 7-minute drive to start the second half, capping it off with a 5-yard TD pass to Colston Loveland, 24-20 lead for the Bears. T. Higgins finds the end zone for the second time, putting the Bengals back on top 27-24 with 5:19 left in the third. The back and forth continues. Britton Brown pops one for 22-yard touchdown and a 31-27 Bears lead. Joe Flacco sacked and fumbled on the first play of the fourth quarter, recovered by the Bears. Bengals defense hold the Bears to a field goal and a 34-27 Bears lead. Evan McPherson came up short on a 54-yard field goal attempt. Bears taking over with 6 minutes remaining and a 7-point lead. Bears would then extend their lead to 41-27 with 4 minutes left on a DJ Moore end around for 16 yards. Originally ruled out at the 1, but Zach Taylor challenged, giving the Bears a touchdown. Flacco throws his first interception as a Bengal, but the Bengals defense forces a punt, and the offense able to drive right down the field and find the end zone with Noah Fant, what felt like a garbage time touchdown at the time. Bengals go for 2, completed T. Higgins 35-41 with a minute 43 to go. Onside kick, though, bounced off a Bears player and was recovered by the Bengals. Flacco finds Andre Yoshibas in the back of the end zone for a touchdown, 42-41 Bengals lead. But Caleb Williams found Colston Loveland down the middle for a 58-yard touchdown with 17 seconds left. Flacco's Hail Mary attempt intercepted. Bengals fall 47-42 and 3-6 on the season. Mike, it was a game that really felt like, as you said, a end of the season kind of moment. And yet here we are 2 weeks later talking about must-win games against the Pittsburgh Steelers as you sit just 2 games out of first place in the NFC or the AFC North.
Yeah, due to what's been going on in the AFC North, they're, I guess, technically not out of it, especially if they can win this game. But, hearing you recap that, like giving it even an extra week doesn't make that game feel any better. It's great. Like even hearing it back, just how nuts it was. I think the Bears had 4 different people attempt to pass, including somebody other than their quarterback throw a touchdown. The Bengals had a kick return and an onside kick recovery. And so it's just like that game was just so wild. It was, it's one of those things that you still like look back and you just can't believe that you lost, even though you felt like you didn't deserve to win. I don't know. It was very strange. Hopefully, though, this week we're able to, just put together what we need to in order to beat a, division rival who has been struggling as well.
Yeah, it was drunk from the beginning, if we're being honest. And before we ever even went off air with our pregame show to hand it over to Reid, I was calling a kickoff return for a touchdown, and you just knew we were in for a wild ride. And that is exactly what happened. And look, I think as many people are, there's a lot of pessimism, and I certainly called for Zach Taylor's job during the bye week, and I stand by that. But now we're here and we're moving on, and the Bengals did not make a move of that sort during the time. And so instead, here we are. Zach Taylor will look to continue to have this offense outshine the defense, because the defense certainly hasn't gotten the job done. But Bengals got some good news that provided a lot of optimism over the bye week, Mike. Joe Burrow was not activated, but was returned. Well, what's the official term? I don't even remember.
Brought off of IR.
The window was opened for him to practice. Returning to practice on Monday. His 21-day window is now open for him to be activated, which basically means that he has to be activated before the Ravens game, before the Buffalo Bills game, between the 2 Ravens games. But a lot of speculation out there that he will be back likely for that Thursday night, Thanksgiving night game. Let's talk about just the boost that Joe Burrow brings, and whether or not, we haven't heard from you yet on this, whether or not you would bring Joe Burrow back if he is healthy and the Bengals continue their losing ways.
Yeah, he basically, when asked, he didn't exactly say, but he basically confirmed. He's like, yeah, he's trying to play in that Thanksgiving night game against the Ravens, said that that's his goal. So I think where I fall on this is, to me, it's a slippery slope to say, well, season's over, let's protect you from whatever. I still think that if he is healthy, that's the big caveat. Like, I'm not trying to have him rush back and, be something more than what his toe is providing for him. We saw at the beginning of the year with his calf. I think it was 2 years ago, right? He was not moving around very well and wasn't 100%. It's like, I wouldn't try to push it towards that. But if he's cleared by the doctors and he's, feels that he's close to 100%, I think he should play. I know that the season may be over, but he's a football player and he's going to want to get in there. He's going to want to develop some more rapport with this offensive line, with obviously the receivers that he's done a good job with, but I still think there can be positive things gained playing quote unquote meaningless games at the end of the year, because, ultimately we're trying to get better. And if he is healthy, there's always a risk for anyone to get hurt, right? It's just like if we say, hey, Joe, hold you out, we're going to hold Jamar Chase out too, or we're going to hold out, some of these other people. I know he's a little bit more prone to injury, but I still think that if he's good to go, been cleared by doctors, that he should go out and go out and try to win games for the Cincinnati Bengals.
Well, it doesn't really matter what we think, right? Because Joe Burrow is not going to allow
That's true.
the Bengals to keep him out, even if Zach Taylor wanted to. I don't think it really matters. And stick around for the post game show. I've got a wild prediction for Joe Burrow and the Bengals. So stick around. Make sure you join us for that. And
wow,
you'll hear what
that's a big league tease right there.
Just saying, I've been doing this a little while, Mike. I know how to do a little teaser. Yeah. So look, I we'll see what happens with Joe, but there's no doubt that him being around, and we heard it from the players during the week about how he just provides that boost, right? You see him walk through the rotating door for practice, and you're just instantly kind of energized a little bit. And certainly it feels like that is the case here for the Bengals. We'll see how that pans out. And if this Bengals team can turn it around, and now's a great time to do it, as you've got 3 division games in the next 5 weeks. 5 weeks. So definitely a good time to turn it around. You got a tough schedule right now. The Steelers today, and then you've got the Patriots before you have the Ravens, Bills, and Ravens. Quite the stacked schedule for this Bengals team, to say the least. And they'll have to do it today without much of a pass rush, Mike. Trey Hendrickson and Shamar Stewart both officially out of this one. We'll start with Trey. Reports this morning, I know obviously the injury designation has been quote-unquote hip, but saw reports this morning that what he's dealing with is a sports hernia. So could be surgery requiring for some. He's trying to work through it, trying to get back without having to do surgery. He hasn't gone on the IR, obviously, which means that he's trying to work his way back. But look, it's tough because a lot of people look at this offseason with Trey Hendrickson and what he went through. But the truth of the matter is that he's trying to battle through this injury that a lot of people wouldn't play through. And he tried to come back and re-aggravated that injury. And so here we are now, where he's going to be out again today. Shamar Stewart is out again, and he's on the IR, which we'll talk about in a second. But this Bengals pass rush has been non-existent even with those two. And so now with both of them out, there's going to be a lot of pressure put on others. But I want to ask you about Trey. A lot of people thought, maybe he was sitting out, he's milking this a little bit. But now that the report's out that it's a sports hernia, your thoughts on the injury and whether or not Trey, who's in a contract year, should be risking further injury after we just had that conversation about Joe Burrow.
Yeah, that's a good point. I wouldn't, in my mind, the Trey's motivation, first off, he kind of seems to me as this type of person that it's just like during the games, it's like he's not thinking about his contract. He's not thinking, they call him, nickname him Blackout Trey, right? He's the guy that's going 100 miles an hour trying to get there. And that's his motor is part of what makes him so good over there. So during the game, I don't think he's like, I'm trying to make business decisions, but if I'm Trey, I'm actually trying to play, being going out in your platform or your contract year and then being hurt for the majority of the year and not giving much, production. I don't think that earns you more money, especially if what he's looking for are years. Right. So I would imagine that Trey is trying to get out there as fast as possible. And to be honest, I like to assume that these guys don't get to this level without being the type of competitor that's just like, I'm trying to play no matter what, in my opinion. And so I kind of my baseline assumption is they're trying to get out there, and unless I'm proven otherwise by other actions. So I think he's out there to do it. I think it's admirable for him wanting to do it. I hope that this is, sports hernias are always tough. You need some sort of surgery for it. And I guess it's one of those things where it's such a glaring hole when the Bengals don't have him. And boy, they need something on the pass rush side of things. But him going out and then re-aggravating is not necessarily going to make things better. I think if we're trying to, try to get the most out of what Trey can offer, it's get him healthy and then try to get him out there when he's more healthy to try to make it through a whole game.
Yeah, we got to remember that he's trying to earn a contract, whether that's a franchise tag or whether that's his next contract. But, we heard over the bye week of the asking price, the Bengals were looking for a second-round pick for Trey. No other team was willing to even give a third-round pick from what we heard. All the offers were fourth round or lower. So that kind of gives you a little bit of an indication on how teams felt, especially with the injuries that he has faced so far this year. The Miami Dolphins just kicked a field goal in overtime to defeat the Washington Commanders 16-13. Was an ugly game over in Madrid, but Dolphins improved to 4-7. Commanders fall to 3-8. All right, Shamar Stewart will also be out of this one. He gets added to the IR this week. I don't know that anybody's ready to label him as a bust per se, Mike, but this has got to be one of the most disappointing rookie seasons from a number one draft pick, at least in recent memory.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking about it. I was just like, yeah, this is disappointing, but we had Miles Murphy 3 years ago, and, this guy that came in and, maybe he's able to contribute, but, obviously Shamar came with its own fanfare with the whole contract dispute and all that kind of stuff, and how divisive, production versus traits conversation was among the fan base and things like that. But yeah, it is obviously disappointing when it comes to the outcome of this game. I'm looking, he was, I think part of it, I think he was already playing hurt a little bit as well, but he wasn't providing much positive impact on the defense anyway. So when it comes to, this specific game, I think that it's not going to nearly be felt as much as, say, Trey Hendrickson. A step up to a Joseph Osai or even Miles Murphy is not that much of a drop off, I'd say, from Shamar Stewart. But yeah, overall, it does look sad. I really hope that he's able to, put it together. And, it's going to come down to coaching, right? He's got all the traits and the skills to do that. And we can hope with a good offseason, one hopefully without drama like this one was, that he's able to determine, be able to use that, because you see his instincts, and that's what is the most concerning. It's just, it feels like his instincts are just so off. We see so many plays of him going and just like running the wrong way or whatever, where he, he's going to try to keep some guy in contain and he just goes the wrong way, and a guy escapes and makes a big play. So, I don't know. I've not given up on Shamar. He's obviously extremely disappointing for what you expect a first round pick would be, but I still hold out hope that he'd be able to, to produce for future Bengals teams. It's just, unfortunately, we needed him this year, and it doesn't seem like we're going to get much at all.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before, but for a team who desperately needs to improve the defense, they continue to take these guys that they did it here with Shamar Stewart's a great example, but they take this super athletic guy who tests really well, but production just wasn't there for whatever reason. And I hate to say it, but like, if you can't produce at the college level, it's really hard to imagine that you're going to be able to produce at the pro level. And for a guy who had 4.5 total sacks for his entire career at the collegiate level, to expect him to come in and be a disruptor on the defensive side of the ball is hard to imagine. And, this team has struggled time and time again to truly develop talent on that defensive side of the ball. It's one of the reasons Lou Anarumo isn't here anymore. It's one of the reasons that Al Golden has struggled so far in his tenure, is that ultimately they just aren't able to take guys to that next level in terms of their productivity at the NFL level. And to draft a guy at number 18 overall and Shamar Stewart, who didn't have the production at the college level, who needed so much work, is going to be a difficult task for most, and certainly for this coaching staff. But that leaves the Bengals, as you mentioned, Joseph Osai, Cedric Johnson, Miles Murphy, Cam Sample, and Isaiah Foskey on the outside. Any hope here of getting some pressure on Aaron Rodgers here as we look towards Unk Bowl 2.0, and how do the Bengals go about pressuring Aaron Rodgers and trying to get him off his spot in the pocket?
Yeah, I mean, we saw examples of we gave Aaron Rodgers a huge amount of time, he was able to just kind of sit back there and pick apart our not amazing secondary. So they're gonna need to get some sort of pressure. I feel like a broken record. Everyone that covers this team has been saying they need to get some sort of pressure on him. I don't know if that means we start blitzing a little bit more. I know we don't do that very often as well, and part of that is because our linebackers aren't very good either, or they're young and inexperienced still. So they're going to need to do something to try to get some sort of pressure there. I wouldn't say that the Steelers' offensive line is, the best ever either. It's just like I feel like their tackles can be had. I'm looking at their grades from the last time they played. Joseph Osai, pretty good in pass rush. So we're able to get some pressure there on some of those the Steelers tackles, which have been tough this year. So hopefully we'll be able to turn that into either sacks or pass breakups or something like that, because boy, just letting Aaron Rodgers sit on that spot all day is not going to lead to a fun day for the defense again against the Steelers.
Yeah, last time these two teams met, obviously week 7 earlier this season, Bengals a 33-31 winner in that one. Aaron Rodgers, though, 23 of 34, 249 yards, 4 touchdowns, did throw 2 interceptions, but was not sacked a single time in that game. Jaylen Warren ran 16 times for 127 yards. Pat Freiermuth absolutely torched the Bengals, including a 68-yard touchdown towards the end of the game. He went 5 catches, 111 yards, and 2 touchdowns in the game. Joe Flacco on the other side, though, did what Joe Flacco has done for the Bengals basically every week this year. 31 of 47, 342 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, sacked twice for 14 yards. That was really the start of the running game getting going, if I'm remembering correctly. Chase Brown in that one, 11 carries, 108 yards. Samaje Perine, who will be on IR and unavailable today, 7 carries, 31 yards. Jamar Chase went off 16 catches, 161 yards, and a touchdown. D. Higgins and Noah Fant also added touchdowns in that one. So I ask you now, Mike, if the Bengals want to repeat and beat the Steelers here now in week 11, what are the keys to make that happen?
Yeah, there's been, I guess, a development with the defense for the Steelers since the last time we played. I think it might have even been triggered because of the last time they played. But Jalen Ramsey, obviously the guy they brought in from Miami to try to shore up their secondary and match up with your number 2s while Joey Porter Jr. is on it. He has moved to safety, and they've been having Darius Slay be that second guy. But Darius Slay obviously has been ruled inactive for this game, so it's going to be James Pierre as the number 2 guy, with their nickel guy being Brandon Eccles. So it feels like that might be something that we might be able to pick on or be able to deal with. They've obviously changed some things up since the last time they played, so hopefully we'll see how that ends up going. Jalen Ramsey in a different position has played pretty well so far. Another interesting thing is that, back to their inactives, Nick Herbig, the guy, the end opposite of TJ Watt, who has always seemed to do quite well against the Bengals because of all the attention they give to TJ Watt. He's also out. And then Cole Holcomb, their middle linebacker, also inactive. So they have some I'm looking at the defensive grades from the last time we played. Herbig and Holcomb were the first and the third highest graded, as according to PFF, defensive players that they had last time we played, and they're not going to be in this game. So, I bring this up saying it seems like there's going to be some hay to be had, maybe in Chase Brown out of the backfield, maybe even, with Jamar Chase. We've seen him, obviously, I think he caught 16 balls the last time they played. So this offense, I think, is still going to be able to have some hay. So I guess my keys or prediction is just the over. I think for the rest of the season, you just take the Bengals over every single week. I'm not even a betting man, but it's like, I don't even know how they necessarily make it high enough with how the Bengals defense is performing and how this offense did against them previously. And now they're missing 3 key players to their defense.
Mike, you're surely giving me a lot of reasons to be optimistic today, and I'm not sure that I appreciate you for that, especially as I hear from a lot of people about how this is a foregone conclusion. Cincinnati can't go into Pittsburgh and win in Pittsburgh. This is going to be one of those games where we look back and just shake our heads and, they have no chance at winning today. And yet here you are, you're trying to tell me, the optimistic one, that I should be optimistic that the Bengals have a chance in this game and maybe can even win this game, is what you're saying?
I think they can win this game if they have the ball last, kind of like they did the last time they played. They give up a touchdown very eerily similar to the Colson Loveland play with Freiermuth at the end of that game, that Thursday night game, just a complete lack and breakdown of coverage. But they left too much time for Joe Burrow. Too much time for Joe Flacco. I think that they're definitely going to be in this game, and it's going to come down to whether they can get a few stops or even just have the ball last. I think that they can win it. One more thing that I wanted to mention, the field, I think, is going to be an interesting part of it as well. The Pittsburgh Notre Dame played on it not even 24 hours ago. And it's obviously the field is already tough this time of year. It's normal grass, right? Or brought in sod grass. So, I don't know how that necessarily, whether that favors, maybe that favors the team that already doesn't get that much pass rush anyway, because it will slow down Pittsburgh's pass rush. I don't know. We'll see. But the slipperiness or the how good a footing people have, I think, may play a part in some way in this game as well.
Yeah, I saw, I'm trying to remember who it was so I can give appropriate credit where it's due, but Jay Morrison tweeted out that the field is in better shape overall than expected after the Pitt Notre Dame yesterday, but there are definitely sections that are less than ideally. He shared some pictures. It's interesting because a lot of the photos that he shared are actually outside the numbers, which is not where you would typically expect the field to be struggling after a game. So will be interesting to see how that plays up for sure. And we'll see how guys' footing is for this one as we're just a couple minutes away from kickoff, and Reid Maus will be here to join you for kickoff and to take you throughout the entire game. Andrew Collinsworth and Mike will be back for a halftime show, and then I'll join Reid post game for a full breakdown and reaction to the game with what will hopefully be a Bengals win. Mike, any big bets today that you have, or bets that you have on the board that you're feeling good about that you can tell our loyal viewers about to maybe not financial advice, but certainly think about?
Yeah, I'm not a gambling person, so you can take any of my advice with a grain of salt, knowing that I am in no way doing it. I get mine just is the over. I think it's 49 or something like that. 49 and a half is what no
free ads to any sports books, but the one I'm looking at right now is 48 and a half. Bengals are 5.5 point dogs.
Yeah. The Bengals defense gave up almost that much last week or 2 weeks ago on just defense. So it feels like the over is the play until the defense proves us otherwise.
Yeah. That certainly makes sense. And nobody can blame you for that. I've got a couple, I guess, for you that I'll throw out there and we'll see what you think about. I saw on social media someone was asking about best bets and was building out a parlay of anytime touchdowns, and I shared this one on social. So if you've already seen it, I apologize. But Pat Freiermuth is plus 235 as an anytime scorer. Obviously, He scored 2 touchdowns the last time these teams met. He's actually scored a touchdown in 3 straight games against the Bengals and has 6 total touchdowns in his career against them. Plus 235 feels like absolutely free money for Pat Freiermuth at this point. And the Bengals, Andre Yoshivas is basically even money at 25 plus yards for the game. With that banged up secondary that you talked about. I kind of like that play. I also like T. Higgins at 60 plus. He's technically plus money at 60 plus yards, 101. I like that play a little bit. So it'll be interesting. Jamar Chase is 9 plus catches at minus 109. Sounds crazy to bet someone to make 9 plus catches in a game, but certainly gets fed the ball a lot. So we'll watch it and we'll certainly see how it plays out. And Reid Maus will take you through it all. Mike, final thoughts on today's game between the Steelers and the Bengals?
No, just, excited to hopefully it would be great. I know the season may be a failure, but to sweep the Steelers, man, that always feels that, when you can sweep somebody and you're in division, that feels great. So, we may not make the playoffs, but if we could win this game, boy, I think that would give us a little solace in this terrible season so far.
There you go. A little solace wouldn't be frowned upon by any means. And is Reid whispering in our ears?
I can't tell if everyone can hear that or not. Okay.
It's like, what is going on in my ears right now? All right. Well, we are officially past 1 o'clock, and this game should be kicking off in just a few moments as Reid continues to be Reid in our ears. I don't know if anybody else can hear him. I hope for your sake you can't. Winds are gusting in Pittsburgh, and what else would you expect in a November ball game? With that being said, we'll turn it over to everybody's favorite commentator, Reid Maus. Mike and Andrew will be here at halftime, and until then, I bid you adieu with a fair Who Day.
Everyone's favorite commentator. That's a nomer that I haven't had before. I didn't know anyone liked me. But hey guys, let's Who Day it up, baby. Let's rock and roll. It's a glorious Sunday, except for in Pittsburgh, where I don't think the sun has ever shined in the city of Pittsburgh ever. That's why everyone there is depressing and ugly and terrible. But hey guys, how's it going? Let's rock and roll, baby. I'll admit to all of you guys, and it looks like we are kicking off. I'll admit to all of you guys that I cannot do another terrible, terrible game like I've seen the last 2 weeks. Honestly, I've had one fun game this entire year, and it was when we played the Steelers. The first 2 wins were we won, but golly. And the last 7 weeks have been terrible. But let's rock and roll. And the Pittsburgh Steelers take it over after the kickoff. Hey, guys, give us a like. We got David. We got CWT. We got, who's that? Mally? Nobody likes the truth teller, Reid. Truth teller. That's another nomer that I don't get told a whole lot. All right. Big Ben. Big Aaron. Drops back to pass on 1st and 10 from the 21-yard line. Completes a pass out to DK Metcalf. It's going to be a gain of 5 yards. And DK shoves. Come on! Throw the flag! You can't do that. You can't shove a dude after the play. It's felonious. Completely felonious. All right. Well, I've got to, hang on, let me see what we got here. Reload page, boom. 2nd and 6 for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Aaron Rodgers hands the ball off to Jaylen Warren, and we miss a tackle. Took us 2 plays to miss a tackle. It's a gain of 5 yards. Golly. And I'll tell you what, guys. This CBS thing gives me heartache. I try to set it up before the game, And every game, it just messes it up. So I'll get to it, but golly, it drives me nuts. I can't figure out because I got to reload. It's just a thing every time. 3rd and 1, they go right up the middle, get the first down. They'll move the chains. They're out to the 33-yard line. Oh, my gosh. I hate all this. 1st and 10 for the Pittsburgh Steelers. See if we can get a stop here on the opening drive. It doesn't seem likely. Does not seem likely. But maybe. 1st and 10 from the 33-yard line. Sends a man in motion. Fakes the handoff, rolling out to his right. Has to get rid of it. And finds DK Metcalf on the rollout. It's going to be a gain of 15 yards for the Steelers. Across midfield they go, or right at midfield, I should say. Yeah, just a really nice play of rolling out. Sorry, I'm getting the score bug up for you guys. Boom, and boom. 1st and 10 for the Steelers from the 50-yard line. It's a pitch play out to Jaylen Warren. And we miss another tackle. What the heck is going on? Dax Hill this time with the tackle. It is hilarious, this defense, man. Absolutely hilarious. Boom. All right, now I can lock in. Let me know where you guys are watching from. I'm watching from beautiful downtown Hamilton, Ohio. Take the over. Reid is quiet now. Or is it just me? I mean, I can turn me up. 2nd and 7. Pitch play out to Jaylen Warren. We missed 2 tackles. Dude, this defense, man. What is this defense? We got dudes kicking our defensive players. Just jumping up, toying with them. We met him in the backfield. He goes for 35 yards. Am I quiet now? I mean, a just gaggle of Bengals. What is this team? Oh, my gosh. They're out to like the 12-yard line. Literally just kicking DJ Turner in the face and then shoves him off like it's a Spartan kick. King Leonidasing our defense. Shotgun formation from the 12. 1 second to play. They take the snap off. It's a pitch play. Is that Caleb Johnson out there on the field? It was Gainwell. Kenneth Gainwell. 2nd and 8. And now this thing's not freaking working. Well, I just spoiled it by reloading this page. Let's see what happens on this 2nd and 8. I already see it. Already. Who could have guessed that? Huh? Who would have guessed this happened on the opening drive? 2nd and 8. Aaron Rodgers drops back. Rolls out to his left. We have a man there, and what do you know? Barrett Carter can't get to him. I mean, he didn't even make Gainwell scores on an open time. Barrett Carter was there, and he just made one subtle step, jab step to the left. This defense, it's not bad. It is inept. It is inept. I've said this for 2 weeks now. This team isn't historically bad defensively. Look at this. Barrett Carter makes one, trips over his own feet. It's not historically bad. It is hilariously bad. Someone just put in there absolute cheeks. Yeah, this is a booty cheeks defense. And they smell like it too. That was the worst defensive drive I've ever seen. I'll tell you guys this. When I do this, I am just who I am. I will never put up a facade or try to be overly this is how, and I cannot believe I spend every gosh darn Sunday watching this team. And not only that, I feel terrible for 2 days. And then I talk myself into, not only will we win this Sunday, but hey, we're going to make the playoffs. I do it every effing Sunday. The only thing more consistently than me watching this team in complete misery and disarray is the fact that they're going to play a completely inept defensive scheme. How do you miss 4 tackles on an opening drive? I cannot comprehend how a team in a league like the NFL where everything's even, everyone makes money, every NFL team makes money before they sell a freaking ticket. They're in the green just by being in the league. And they spend a salary cap and they have a draft and everyone, it's all pretty even. Just watch the college. You get to scout them yourself, bring them in. The rules are even. And somehow, every effing year, we draft players that cannot play Pee-wee football in the Hamilton Catholic Youth Organization. They couldn't make the St. Peter and Chains Eagles football team. But the good news is we got to watch the offense now, so it's all yippee-yah. Yeah, let's play our offense on defense. Like Jamar Chase, he probably could play cornerback. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is I'd rather get our butts whipped. I truly mean that. I'd rather get our tail kicked in for 60 minutes than have to do what I did for the Jets and Bears game. Drew Sable could play Mike linebacker. Yes, please. And the Bengals return it. Got downtown Charlie Brown Jones taking it out to the 29-yard line. Takes a big hit. Slow to get up. And here we go. 1st and 10 from the 30. All right. Joe Flacco, fresh off a bye. You never want to see the Cincinnati Bengals off a bye. Zach Taylor can cook them up, baby. So here we go. Flacco takes the snap, surveys the field, dumps it out to Chase Brown, who can't shed off TJ Watt. He's brought down after a loss of 2. 2nd and 12. This defense is every team's get-right game. Yeah, we made Justin Fields look like a Pro Bowl quarterback. You know how hard that is? Like, genuinely, you know how hard? Have you ever watched him play football before? He is miserable. 2nd and 11. Flacco takes the snap, looks over to the left. These jerseys are clean, though. And we find Chase Brown again, tries to spin out of a tackle. He's brought down at the line of scrimmage. So back-to-back check downs to the running back, and it's 3rd and 11. I'm here. All right, I'm calmed down. Blood pressures, heart rates back down. 3rd and 11. Flacco takes the snap. They rush 4. Looking over the middle of the field, we have a completed pass, and it's going to be a 1st down. That's to Andre Yoshivas. 1st and 10 from the 39. So we want 3 and out. And what do you know? This CBS graphic moves on me again. I swear, if CBS didn't have Matlock, I'd be done with them entirely. All right, 1st and 10 from the 39. And I didn't see the play, but it's 2nd and 10. Looking for Jamar Chase, and really good coverage by the defense on that 1st and 10. Haven't run a run play yet. It's 2nd and 10, and I hope we don't run one here. Flacco will go under center here. 3 wide. Chase Brown in the backfield. He'll now audible to shotgun. 9 seconds to get the play off, and Flacco's looking around on the field. He doesn't know what's going on. Are they going to reset the clock? It is stopped at 9 seconds on the play clock. Please don't tell me we called a timeout. Please do not tell me we called a timeout. All right, they reset the play clock. Here we go. 2nd and 10. 3 wide, shotgun formation. Brown to Flacco's left, ball on the left hash mark. Here we go. We hand the ball off to Chase Brown. He is tripped up a yard beyond the line of scrimmage, falls forward. It's a gain of 4. Third and 6. Flacco. And wacko for Flacco. Here on 3rd and 6 to keep the drive alive. Alone in the backfield. Looks like they might be sending a blitz. 3 seconds to get the snap off. They send 4. Flacco looks over the middle of the field. He finds Andre Yoshivas, who will get the 1st down. Just a drag across the middle of the field. And here we go. We are 2 first downs, and all passes have gone to Chase Brown and Andre Yoshivas. Well, 1 incomplete pass to Jamar Chase. Yeah, that was a chip play from Chase. No doubt about that one. Hey, can we stay ahead of the chains this time? I mean, if we're getting 1st downs, I don't care, but I don't know how many times we can get 3rd and long and get it. Chase Brown on the handoff. It's a counter play. He gets a gain of 3. We're across midfield. Bengals are scoring 33 points a game since Flacco has been the starting quarterback. 400 yards. 3 turnovers. I think that all 3 turnovers came in that Bears game. 2nd and 7. We send T. Higgins in motion. We get the play off. We will be an offsides call on the Steelers, but we run it anyways. Is that Taj Brooks on the carry, or was that Chase Brown? So we'll repeat 2nd down. It won't get us the 1st down, but it will be 2nd and 3 on the offsides call. I feel like I've already been in a car accident. That opening drive took a lot out of me. But I'm here. It just took, that opening drive took too much out of me. 2nd and 3. Flacco sends Jamar Chase in motion. Hands the ball off to Chase Brown. Chase Brown seeps through the defense and wiggles out of a tackle. It's a 15-yard carry for Chase Brown, and the Bengals have a 1st down. What a great run from Chase Brown, the Fighting Illini. He really did he avoided 1 tackle, but they really didn't touch him all that much. I mean, they got some hands on him right at the line of scrimmage, but it was really quick. So it's going to be 1st and 10 from the 28-yard line. In field goal range. Need to get points here. It's a touchdown. It's a touchdown league, especially with the Bengals. Flacco drops back to pass, surveys the field. No one there. Flag thrown in the backfield. He's going to chuck it for T. Higgins, who's going to score a touchdown, but I think it's going to be holding. Connects to T. Higgins, and that's why I'm not getting excited. We'll see what the call is. It was thrown in the backfield. It's going to be a holding on us, if I had to guess. Whoa. On the defense. All right, it's a touchdown, baby. Illegal use of the hands, and we're scoring. Flacco to T. Higgins. T. Jeremy, happy Sunday football to you, bro. Here we go. That was the longest touchdown, longest play that I've seen from Flacco yet. Like, good blocking. Like, that was a Joe Burrow-esque touchdown, the way that it just took a while. And we'll sing the song. PAT is up. It's tied up, 7-7. Both teams score on the opening drive. And here them Bengals growling. Mean and angry. Here he comes a-prowling. Lean and hungry. And offensive brute. Run passer boot. And defensively, he's tough. Oh, rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't going to never let us down. Who they? Who they? Who they think going to beat them Bengals? Who they? Who they? Who they think going to beat them Bengals? Nobody. All right, what's going on here? The PAT went up and through. But there's going to be a 2-point attempt because there was a penalty called on the Steelers. So here we go. Chance to take the lead. Nah, no singing, please. Sorry. That was I have to sing, baby. It's part of the deal. Sorry I messed up the lyrics. I haven't done that all year. I said tough instead of rough. All right, 2-point attempt. Pistol formation close to the line. Flacco's going to take out, and it's going to be Chase Brown that's just going to be in a Wildcat formation, and we're just not going to get there. We tried the Wildcat. We tried hard-nosed football, and it didn't work. So we will not tie the game up. We will take we don't get it. 7-6. Oh, man, this team. I don't think it was a stupid play call. We tried a Wildcat formation and try to get an extra body, try to get an extra head on there. Oh, man. But, golly, it just didn't work. I don't think it was that dumb of a play call. It's just objectively funny when it doesn't work. All right, 7-6. Let's see if our defense can get a stop. Not bloody likely. Remember when the Wildcat, it came out, and what was that, 2008, the Miami Dolphins running the Wildcat, and it genuinely took the entire National Football League a year to figure out what the hell was going on? Like, how does this work? They're just snapping it to the running back? And then by 2009, it didn't work anymore. Chase Brown went the wrong way. Yeah, I mean, there literally wasn't there. Why such a stupid play? I've always wondered this about 2-point conversions. So I'm like, I'll say this. I'll defend that play call. It's whatever. Just didn't work. But why are 2-point conversions always weird plays? Like, as long as I've watched football, some of you guys watch football longer than I have. 2-point conversions are never just normal plays. You're never just running like, hey, let's just run a drag, or, let's just run it off tackle power. It's nothing like, it's always the Philly special or a Wildcat play or a double reverse, or it's always a weird effing play, and I'll never understand that. Like, when you join the coaching fraternity that there is in football, do you sign a blood oath that go all right, if we have to go for 2, we can only run these 6 trick plays. Like, every trick play you got, it's a kitchen sink kind of play. I will never understand why every 2-point conversion's a gadget play. A goal line pass is tough. I mean, listen, it's the hardest point of the field to move the ball is on the goal line because it takes up so little. Zach gone Zach. This is what he does. $2 super chat from KP from KC5. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I don't know. Once again, the play call was whatever, but I will never, ever, ever understand why it's always got to be a gadget play. I mean, I understand that it's really tight there. So the kickoff, and it's going to be brought down. Man, our special teams, guys. I'll give some kudos to our special teams here. So they're showing the replay. And they don't even defend Joe Flacco whatsoever. Can we do the little Tim Tebow jump pass? But our special teams, man, our special teams have been playing really well. They really have been. Darren Simmons, let him be the head coach. So here we go. We're going to see this joke of a defense again. 1st and 10 from the 19-yard line. Let's see if our defense can make the most of this good field position. 1st and 10 from the 19. Aaron Rodgers under center, 12 package. Actually, it's a 13 package. They hand the ball off. Pitch play to Jaylen Warren. Jaylen Warren gets 2 yards on the carry. Take it back, Reid. No, I'm not taking it back. The special team's been great. Darren Simmons. Well, he won't be the interim head coach because they're not going to fire Zach Taylor. Showing the field. Looks worse than when Bain blew it up. 2nd and 8. Man in motion. And they're going to throw it on out to, who is that, number 14. That is Kenneth Gainwell on the jet, and it's going to be a first down. 1st and 10 from the 29. Don't miss slime time this Wednesday at 5 Eastern on Paramount Plus. You cannot miss Nickelodeon slime time this Wednesday. Do not miss it. First and 10 from the 29. 5 seconds on the play clock, 3:40 on the game clock here in the first quarter. Rodgers fakes the handoff, has time, now stepping up in the pockets, got to get rid of it. And he tries to get it to one of his tight ends, Washington. And it's incomplete, 2nd and 10. We did it! We did it! They did not gain yards on a play. Hallelujah, baby. We did it. Oh, I used to pray for times like this. 2nd and 10. CWT says he's waiting for Matlock. I am too. George and Mandy's first marriage too. 2nd and 10, and there's going to be an offsides on us. So we get them to not have positive yards on a play, and we go offsides. So it's going to be 2nd and 5 instead of 2nd and 10. That a boy, Miles Murphy. Oh, man, this team. I'm going backwards hat already, guys. It's backwards hat already. 2nd and 5 from the 34-yard line. Heavy personnel for the Steelers. They hand the ball off to Jaylen Warren. He sidesteps a tackler in the backfield. That was Demetrius Knight who he sidestepped, and he falls forward for a gain of 3. 3rd and 2. Can we get a stop? You know what? We don't get to say this very often with this defense. It's 3rd down. 3rd and 2. Aaron Rodgers, the druggie. See what he can do. Married to the game and only the game. Long 2 yards, 5 seconds on the game clock. Hands it off to Gainwell, and we get a stop. Blow the whistle. Blow it dead. They're going to be short of the line. They're going to punt. They're going for it. They're going to punt it. They're going for it. They should go for it. They should go for it. It's 4th down. They coming off the field? Come off the field. Come off the field. Be sour pusses. Come on. Come on. You know you don't want to go for it. You know this big bad defense is going to stop you. All right, they're going for it. 4th and 1. All right, here we go. Big play. Big play. Aaron Rodgers. Oh, it's. I'm sure it's so loud there at Heinz Field. I'm sure it's so loud. They take the snap. I don't think he's got it. I think he's short of the line. Yes. Point that way, big dog. Point that way. Point that. Yeah. Wait. They called the first down. Aw. Throw the flag. Throw that red flag. Let's see this replay. I don't think he gets there, man. I don't think he gets there. Call the red flag. Throw the red flag. Throw it. You got it in your pocket, Zach. Throw it. Challenge it, baby. This is a huge play. We don't need that. Yeah! I don't even care if we got it. We challenged it. It's small victories here in Cincinnati today. Small victories. That's a hell of a challenge. That's such a big play. That timeout means nothing compared to having the ball on the 39-yard line. Yeah! We're taking small victories. Let's challenge the rule it on the field. Come on. I think we got it. I think we absolutely stopped them. Why did they give them the first down? That was a terrible spot. Let's go. Come on. The 3 for me, just $10.99 at Chili's. Okay. Guys, I'm just, while we're waiting on this, I'll just tell you what I'm watching. I'm okay. Okay, Margot Robbie still got a fastball, guys. Margot Robbie's got a heater. Oh, man. Let's go. I don't know why why didn't they measure? That's a good point. Why did they give it? Zach, Craig's right in the chat talking about why they didn't measure. Like, you can't bring the chains out? Like, why just give it to them? It was not that close. Like, it might be a first down based on the spot, but they just gave it to them? They're not even going to bring the chains out? Come on. And I don't know when they blew it dead. I can't, once again, I say this every week, I can't hear anything from the broadcast. I'm just watching it on a 12-inch screen 5 feet from my face. So I don't know when it was blown dead. Both line judges came in, blew it dead, short, and then the ref just said, "Hold my parlay." Yeah, let's put the game in protest. Our defense will not tackle anyone for the rest of the game because we are in protest of this bull junk. Man. And they come on out here and come on. God, what an ugly stadium and an ugly city. In an ugly team, in an ugly fan base the Pittsburgh Steelers have. Everything's ugly. And here comes the ruling. Call stands. First down. They're not even going to freaking measure. I said it. I don't know if that's worth a challenge. It's worth losing a timeout, but that's such a big play. I mean, what? Our defense needs some help, and we're not getting it today. So it's going to be 1st and 10. Rodgers under center. They're at the 39-yard line. Pitch play to Kenneth Gainwell. Gainwell's brought down 2 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. It's 2nd and 8. Gene Sarator said that they were short. I don't know, man. I don't know what the hell is going on. That's the kind of play in a low-scoring affair like today's going to be. That's the kind of play that can really make the difference. I mean, that's such a huge call. All right, we're not going to lament on it too much. Let's get a stop. 2nd and 8. Rodgers takes the snap, fakes the handoff, looking over the middle of the field, incomplete pass. It's going to be, it's third down. All right, 3rd 8. Looking for DK Metcalf on that 2nd and 8. See if we can get a stop here. Five seconds on the play clock. Final minute here in the first quarter. False start? No false start. Aaron Rodgers completes a pass, and he's brought down before the first down. They're going to be punting it, right? It's going to be 4th and 4. We getting out of this? They bring the punt unit out? Did we do it? Did we do it? Did we do it? Did we do it? He's down. Did we do it? He got that ball, but he's down. Did we do it? They punting. They got to be punting it, right? And out marches that punting unit. We did it! We did it! Go us. Go us. We did it. I will not believe it till I see, all right, the punt is snapped and we actually punted the ball away. Now, could I see us return it? Fair catch from downtown Charlie Brown Jones out at the 10-yard line. We did it! Let's go! Let's go! All right. Nope, it's not 2s yet. It's not 2s yet. All right, let's see what our offense can do here. It's going to be the final play of the first quarter. I'm worn out already, guys. I did a lot of yelling in that first quarter. Talking to that ref, Tomlin is. He's just like, hey, did you get that direct deposit? Did you go to the right bank account? Did you get it? All right, Flacco, under center. 9 seconds here in the first quarter. We hand the ball off to Chase Brown. Chase Brown refusing to go down. Gets a gain of 5 yards, and we head to the second corner as we flip the field over. It's going to be 2nd and 6. Let's put our 2s up, baby. Put our 2s up. Boom. Oh, that's a 3. We want 2s. That's right. Hang on. I gotta delete the 3. Remove. Bam. All right. I gotta save my energy. Did not sleep well last night. I might have been out a little late last night. Don't have the most energy. Didn't even work out this morning. But, oh, man. Here we go. According to my Garmin, my body battery's at 13 on a scale of 100. Should be at like 50 at this time of day. But, hey, we'll rock and roll. Let's just have fun and pretend that this shit isn't fixed, is what Ross Incognito said. And I'm with you. You know what needs fixed is the city of Pittsburgh. What a disaster that town is. Andrew Carnegie is rolling over in his grave knowing how terrible that town has turned out. I mean, we had one of the titans of industry in this nation. This country is literally built on Carnegie steel. And his hometown of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania is a dump. And that football field is a dump. And that fan base is ugly. And that team stinks. And they go from a rapist quarterback in Big Ben to a drug addict quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. I mean, they can't even, morally, they're not even good. Morally, they're not even right. Yeah, I don't know how you can have that ugly of a town, that ugly of a stadium, and that ugly of a team, And you can't even you got to at that point just be like, okay, we're going to be the morally sound team. But they can't even do that. They can't even do that. They get Big Ben and Aaron Rodgers as their quarterback. Yuck. All right, here we go. Pistol formation. I like our uniform. I like the white tops and the orange pants. That's a good combo. Chase Brown off the pistol formation carry. Why are we out at the 14? Why did we get to the 14? He caught that at the 10. Did we get a penalty after the game? Oh, no, it was 2nd and 6. That's right. Now it's 2nd down? What's going on? It's 3rd down. It was 2nd and 6 going into this quarter. All right, I'm with you. I'm with you guys. 3rd and 5. We're gonna punt the ball. We're gonna punt the ball at two plays into the second quarter. Not even gonna get a first down. 3rd and 4. Haven't seen Uno yet. Flacco with Drew Sample to his left. Sends out Tanner Hudson. We have 12 personnel out there. All right. Flacco looking over the middle of the field, finds Jamar Chase, who gets the first down. Flacco to Uno for a first down. I was like, man, what kind of personnel? Can you imagine that? There's sometimes we have personnel out on the field that involves Drew Sample and Tanner Hudson. But Jamar Chase, big catch there. He hasn't scored in 2 weeks. Has not scored in a couple weeks. Would love to see him get back into Triple Crown considerations. We're looking downfield for Jamar Chase on 1st and 10, incomplete. We are throwing the ball a lot. We are throwing the ball quite a bit. I don't even know how many plays we've ran, but we have thrown the ball 8 times. I think we've ran it 5 times. Okay. All right. 2nd and 10 here. Flacco takes the snap, surveys the field. He's got time. He's got to get rid of it quickly, and he gets rid of it just to Andre Yoshivas in time. Gets a gain of 4 yards, but he almost took a lick. Almost took a lick there. Gain of 2. And he did take a lick. It's a big hit. All right, 3rd and 8. Can we get the first down? We've been really good on 3rd downs today, guys. We've been really good. The luck's going to come short here at some point. That's why we got to get ahead of the chains. He wants a flag for a late hit. Flacco alone in the backfield, 5 wide, trips to the open side of the field, ball's near the left hash mark. Flacco is going to evade a sack. He's getting rid of it and just tosses one up in the air. Fall down. Okay. Incomplete pass, and out comes the punting unit. Gets hit as there's going to be a flag thrown. Is that going to be intentional grounding? Or is that going to be... Is it going to be intentional grounding, or is that going to be a late hit? Roughing the passer. Oh, he landed on him. He landed right on him. Yeah! Woo! Landed right on him. I know they made a big deal about that rule, but, he pretty clearly landed on the man. I mean, maybe Flacco held on to him a little bit, but... he landed right on him. Right on him. And that's that rule. Can't drive him into the ground. Dude, this team, they're cheaters. They are nasty, nasty players. They're the worst. Just genuinely the worst. Franco Harris didn't catch that ball. 1st and 10. From the 40. Fresh set of downs. We hand the ball off. This time it's to Taj Brooks. No Samaje Perine today. Gets a gain of 5 yards. Needed that. I see people talking about Kathy Bates. Are you guys talking about Matlock again in the chat? I know, I'm fired up. 2nd and 5. I mean, he drove him right into the ground. Like, that's clear as day. The ref, the back judge was right there. And there's going to be a false start or illegal procedure on the Bangies. False start. 2nd and 10. Called on our sweet prince, Dylan Fairchild. Oh, no. Is that shoulder hurting him? I cannot take watching Jake Browning play. Did Gene say that wasn't a call? Because that was pretty clearly, he landed right on him, dude. 2nd and 10. 2nd and 10 from the 40-yard line. They're sending a blitz. We hand the ball off to Chase Brown. He finds a hole. It's going to be a gain of 5, so it's going to be 3rd and 5. Jeremy Phillips, sorry about the dissolvement of the marriage. But, I mean, that seems like a fair bit of hate. And I'm with you. The Steelers are the most despicable franchise that's ever existed in the history of professional sports. Despicable. Third and 6 from the 45-yard line. Need to get across midfield. Flacco. Going downfield, and it's looking for Jamar Chase, and the ball is just a tad underthrown. Really nice play there by Duggar. We tried to heave it downfield. I don't mind taking a shot there. We've been very lucky so far in this game on, not lucky, but that's just a really nice play. Not as much separation as you would have liked when you're taking that shot, but I don't mind taking a shot downfield. We got the players to do it. We've been very good on 3rd down thus far in the game. So, I mean, at some point you can't get the 3rd down conversion. I mean, we just got to do better on 1st and 2nd. It can't always have it be 3rd and 10, 3rd and 6, 3rd and whatever. And we've got to be better on 1st and 2nd down. Just got to be. All right, we didn't score, so we didn't make the most out of the points. You know what's funny? Of Joe Burrow haters, the Bengals fans that are Joe Burrow's haters, and you know who I'm talking about. There's Joe Burrow haters inside the Bengals fan base. If that same thing happened with Joe Burrow where our defense finally gets a stop and then we don't go and score, he'd be getting killed right now. He'd be getting killed. And then, I don't know. Just you can't score on every drive. So let's see if we can get a stop again. What if this turns into a kind of a hard-nosed football game, like 17-16? What if that happens? What do you think about that? 18-17. We score 3 times and don't get a PAT. Guys, let me know if you're not from Cincinnati where you're watching from today. Not from the Cincinnati area. So don't like tell me like, I'm watching from Milford. Although, you know what? Why am I policing you? Tell me where you're watching from today. Give us a like. Subscribe. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Charleston, South Carolina. Heard it's beautiful there. Fort Wayne, Indiana. I've been to Charleston and Fort Wayne. My buddy got married in Fort Wayne. The rehearsal dinner was at the Tin Caps. Like there was a restaurant behind the Tin Cap Stadium. Yeah, it was nice. It was cool. What we got? Vero Beach, Florida. I'm going to 1 week from today. So just a spoiler alert. I will not be on the next 2 Bengals watch-alongs because I will be on a little vacation. I'll be on a little vacation. Be going down to Fort Myers Beach, and a week from today, I'll be finding some beach bar to watch the Bengals dismantle the New England Patriots. Colorado Springs, Colorado. Go Falcons. Feel the thunder. From Pearl Harbor. Okay. Mickey Stevens, $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Mickey. Fort Wayne Tin Caps are ops. Dayton Dragons clear. I'm not talking football. I'm not talking the validity of the teams here. And I'm a South Bend Cubs guy anyways. Gary, Indiana. AJ, you live in Gary? That makes, dude, if you're being serious, and I know you're just messing with me, AJ, if you're from Gary, that would make so much sense. Like, truly so much sense. 1st and 10 for Aaron Rodgers. Checks down to the running back, Jaylen Warren. It's going to be a gain of 6 yards. Jill says, we love you from all over, Bengals. Damn right. Bengals are probably, there's 32 NFL franchises. They're probably like 29th in popularity, but we do love our Bengals. Ten miles out east of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. That's pretty cool. Did you become a Bengals fan because of Burrow? 2nd and 4. Pitch play. Jaylen Warren. We touched him in the backfield. We did it. And they do not. It's a gain of not even a yard. This defense is flying around. They had to calibrate a few things after that first drive. Bengals fan from Jersey City. Queen City roots. Thank you so much, Mickey. Come on, let's get a stop here. They'll probably go for it again if they get a yard or two here. 3rd and 3. Let's get an incomplete pass. Let's get weird with it. Let's get a little weird. 3rd and 3, Aaron Rodgers dropping back to pass. Trying downfield, does have DK Metcalf with some space. Incomplete. Overthrew him. It's 4th down. Let's see that punting unit. Let's see that beautiful. The one thing that I can say about the Pittsburgh Steelers team is their punting unit is beautiful. I want to see them on the screen as much as I can today because it is a beautiful unit. Let's go. Stephens came to play. And Aaron Rodgers complaining about his teammates. Go figure. Go figure. And there's that punting unit we love to see. Yeah, baby. Punting it up. Downtown Charlie Brown Jones called for a fair catch. Can't get to it in time. And we'll start over at the 26-yard line. Let's go. If we don't extend Juan Drago Turner, what are we doing? Here's a question that Stone brought up on the show, and I think it's a fair one. Are we, is Juan Drago really good? Or are we just comparing him to the rest of this defense, which is booty cheeks? But they got 2 stops today. They did get 2 stops today. Jay DeSilva from Vancouver. The Canucks suck. Just kidding. I would like to make my way out there. I've never been to that portion of the continent. I've never been to Canada, but I imagine Toronto and Hamilton and Ontario. Ontario, the province of Ontario isn't too different from the Midwest. Obviously, Vancouver, pretty close to Seattle. But Juan Drago is an above average corner, but he looks like that is true. That's the take, I think, is that he is a good cornerback, but he looks like he is prime Champ Bailey. Just because of his contemporaries. But to be fair about the NFL right now, I think there is a shortage at cornerback. I don't know why. I don't know why that is, but there are. Let me put it this way: 7 years ago, you had a luxury. Every team had a good wide receiver, but if you had 2 really good wide receivers, that was a luxury. Every team now, for the most part, has 2 pretty good wide receivers. And I think a big portion of that is because there's not cornerbacks. There's probably 20. There's probably about 30 above average cornerbacks in this league. So if you get 2 really good cornerbacks, that's a luxury, dude. Neil McCoy says, 2 forced punts. Time to repent. This is a sign of end times. I am 300 feet from church. So if I need to, I can hop in there. It's a Catholic church too. So I can just hop right in, get on my knees and, start praying. Adam County, okay. There's some other fans. Stats are stats number 1. Okay. Just catching up. Les started back. He was Ken Anderson, Chris Collinsworth, Dave Lapham, Anthony Munoz. All right. All right, 1st and 10. We're taking over from the 26-yard line. Flacco drops back from under center. He's got time to work. Just throws it high for Jamar Chase. He said after the play, Chase gets up. 2nd and 10, incomplete pass. All right, here we go. 2nd and 10. 10 seconds on the play clock. 10 minutes on the game clock. So here we go. 2nd and 10. 2nd and 15 after the penalty. Flacco, he's got time, but he's got to get rid of it as there's coming someone from behind. I'm getting calls from someone important here. So 3rd and 15, and it looks like we're going to have a 3 and out. I think Flacco is hurt. Yeah, he's not playing right, is he? He might not come out for the second half. Alone in the backfield, Flacco gets it out. Is that Mitchell Tinsley? And we're not going to get the first down. And that was Noah Fant. Apologize. First time I've called Noah Fant's name. So out comes the punting unit. Yeah, Flacco seems off. Punt from Ryan Rico is fielded out at the 15-yard line, and it's returned to 23. All right, I'm locked back in. Had some work calls, had to deal with it. I'm locked back in. And I'll tell you what, Darren Simmons' squad has come to play today. So both teams completely shred through the defense the first time down the field. Since then, not a whole lot. You know what, guys? I got to come down for a second. Here we go. I just need a breather. Legs a little tired. It's my first. I get 3 of these. I get 3 timeouts a game. And I'm taking my first one. Legs are tired, worn out. I'm ready to rock. Let me know. Because with Joe Flacco being hurt, at least playing not like we've seen Joe Flacco play for the last 4 weeks, it is troubling to say the least. I don't ever want to see Jake Browning take another snap for my Cincinnati Bengals ever again. Now, I know that's going to happen at some point, but I never want to see it happen again. We got to go 2-0 over the Steelers. I mean, if we want to make the postseason, we're 3-6 right now, guys. If we want to make the postseason, we've got to go 5-1 in the division at the minimum. We're talking like we need to either sweep the Steelers or the Ravens. And here we are about midway through the game, and we're down a point against the Steelers. Already beat them at home. Can we sweep them? Let me ask you this. I think if I asked every single person that's watching this stream right now, I said, on a scale of 1 to 10, and you can do this quite literally. On a scale of 1 to 10, what's your confidence level that the Bengals will make the postseason as it currently states? Almost all of us would be 1. If you're really eager, you can say like a 4. But realistically, it's a 1, 0, 2, that kind of a precipice. Now let's flip it. If I asked you, what are the odds that the Bengals make the postseason and they go 5-1 in the AFC North? How would you rate that? Like, Bengals go 5-1 in the AFC North. What's their odds of making the postseason? I think almost all of us would put it at 7. So just something to think about. Mickey Stevens says if they win today, 4 out of 10. It's a good point. Joe Burrow comes back on Thanksgiving Day. There's some things here. All right, I'm still sitting down. 1st and 10 from the 23-yard line. Steelers ball, Aaron Rodgers under center. Hands the ball off to Jaylen Warren, and we get a tackle in the backfield. Look at this D. Look at this defense. Came to play today. Dax Hill, baby. What a player. We did it. I don't think I'm as low on Dax Hill as some people in Bengals fandom is. 2nd and 11. Rodgers from shotgun. Ball near the right hash mark. Fakes the pitch, has time, and then dumps it out to Pat Freiermuth and Barrett Carter. Pat Freiermuth takes 2 steps in, and Barrett Carter just can't make the tackle. Terrible, dude. Terrible. It's a 15-yard gain. Should have been a gain of 3 yards. Dude, these linebackers. I had Jay Morrison on this week, and beat reporter, Sports Illustrated branch, covering the Bengals, and one of the hosts of Hear That Podcast Ground. I guess I'm giving free pub. He came on the show. He was talking about how Barrett Carter and Demetrius Knight might be okay linebackers amongst other teams, but currently they're just terrible. And it's a lot. It's just because the deficiencies all around, but I don't think they're very good either. Aaron Rodgers, 1st and 10, fires one over the middle of the field after scrambling out to his right. Incomplete. Demetrius Knight certainly looks better than Barrett Carter, though. Like, they both aren't very good, but I think if you ask Bengals fans, like, hey, you got to sign one for the next 3 years, maybe you'd get a bunch of people say, I don't sign either of them. But if you had to sign one, it's Demetrius Knight. Oh, man. All right, 2nd and 10. Rodgers avoiding a sack, and we brought it down! We did it! Miles Murphy, B.J. Hill, bringing down Aaron Rodgers, who can't get rid of it. It's a loss of 11. I got to stop looking at the chat while the game's going on, because I saw that before it happened, so I couldn't even call the play because I was too eager. I was just too eager. I was an eager beaver. But we got a sack, baby! Got a sack, as Casey's grandfather would say, sack. Craig Sandlin, look how excited Miles. Bro gets half a sack and acts like he won the Super Bowl. You know what? You earned it. You earned your keep there. 3rd and 21. If they get a first down here, I will end it all. And by it all, Washington leaps over our secondary. It's going to be 4th and 5, 4th and 7. God, he's so big. All right. 3 in a row. I said I'd get back up if we got to stop. You got to celebrate. We're celebrating. Michael Hart, you're right. We're celebrating the little wins today. That's what today is. It's celebrating the little Wednesday. It's a little Wednesday. Not a big Wednesday. Snap, punt off. Charlie Brown. Jones fields it out to 13. He will return this one, and we'll get out to the 18-yard line. Okay. I'm getting up. 5 minutes in the half. It's our ball at half. I'm not doing it yet. It's our ball at half, but we got the ball right now. Five straight punts. Michael Hart on the pregame show said, take the over today. It still probably will hit. All right, let's see if we can go score, baby. Let's do it, babe. Let's go score. We're going to take over from the 17-yard line. Oh! Let's see how Joe Flacco looks. Let's pay close attention to how Joe Flacco looks this entire drive. If he looks disheveled, we might have some problems. Like if he doesn't look like himself coming out on this drive, he might not play the second half once he goes in the locker room. So, we'll see. What happened to did my Matlock, my beautiful, beautiful Matlock, did they stop producing that show? Oh, there we go. Georgie and Mandy's first marriage. Let's go. This is why cable television is doing great things these days. Shout out to CBS. I hate your app. It gives me this Scorebug stuff. Gives me heartache. But c'est la vie. We can't win without Matlock, and that's just a fact. Without Kathy Bates and Matlock, we cannot win this game. I hope Joe Flacco is okay as well. God, the ketchup bottle. It's loud in there. The noise meter. Yeah. All right, 1st and 10 from the 17. It's going to be very conservative if Joe Flacco's banged up. Here comes a run play. They hand the ball off to Chase Brown. He gets 2 yards. 2 yards, 2nd and 8. I was listening to a podcast, and I'll make this really quick. I was listening to a podcast, and they asked the question, would you rather every game have you get one or the other? You get a running back that always gets 2 yards. Doesn't matter, any time in the game, he gets you 2 yards. Or would you rather have a running back that automatically gets 100 yards per game? Nothing more, nothing less, 100 yards per game. And then the knee-jerk reaction would be get the 100 yards, but then you start thinking about anytime it's short, you get 2 yards. 3rd and 2, first down. Never have to worry. 2-point conversion. Flacco scrambles out to his right and dumps it down to Chase Brown. It's a gain of 2 yards. Third and 6. Come on. Did we run out of third down luck? God, that towel is terrible. 3rd and 6. Flacco. Man to his right. 3 wide. Get it out to Chase Brown for the first down. Come on, get some more. Near midfield, gets all the way out to the 40-yard line. Huge play there. Dumping it down. They're doing, Jalen Ramsey, that secondary must be doing a good job on T. Higgins and Jamar Chase today, because they have not been a part of this game at all. It's been Chase Brown. Jamar's made a couple plays. T. Higgins caught the touchdown, I guess. So, maybe I'm just full of you-know-what, but they have not been a regular part of this game as they've been in weeks past. Something to keep your eye on. All right, 1st and 10. This is now out at the 38-yard line. The NCAA hash marks are messing with me watching this live. Flacco has to get rid of it to avoid a sack, and he does. Did a nice job avoiding that sack. Evading that sack is the word I was looking for. Amarius Mims shoved TJ Watt down as he was coming in to make that sack. Man, I can't believe Flacco got away from that, if I'm being completely honest. Say what you want about Joe Flacco. He doesn't move very well in his young age. All right, 2nd and 10. There's the handoff to Chase Brown. Can we go score? There's 2 minutes, 40 seconds left. Steelers have all 3 timeouts. Still got the 2-minute warning. It's going to be 3rd and 7. Can we please go score? I really don't want to be down 8 points going into the half. 3 wide, 4 wide. Flacco alone in the backfield. Drew Sample on the field. Haven't seen Noah Fant a whole lot either. Had the 1 catch. Chance to get the first down. He's got a lot of time. Now the pressure's getting to him. He throws it over the middle. Ooh! It almost is picked off. And if that ball is picked off, that's being returned to the house. What happened there? Duggar? He does not see him. That's a really nice play by the safety. Yeah, I just didn't see him. Oh, man. Just 2 different Steelers. Thank God. If Duggar doesn't get that ball deflected, that thing's being returned. No one's stopping him. It's a pick 6. He just didn't catch it. That's why he's on defense. 4th and 7. Ball takes a wicked bounce. It's returned out at the 5-yard line. Chance to... yes! This special teams unit today. I'm getting fired up. Small wins day. It is a Sunday, but it's small wins day because we are taking the small wins. And our special teams team, they're flying. Those units are playing great football today. It is Simmons Sunday. Damn right, Chicken Genius. Special teams, special plays, special players. That's right. Whatever he would do. Got lucky on that punt, though, if we're being honest. Just took a wicked bounce. What a boring game that we are going crazy about the special teams. It is a boring game. That opening drive killed me, guys. And thank God our defense has played a lot better since then. Even if our defense gives up a touchdown here, that's pretty much where we're at on par. I think at this point we would take, if they scored 28 points a game, I think we'd want less than that, but about 28 points is about where you'd think. So it's our ball at half. We got 2 timeouts. We got the 2-minute warning. No, that was the 2-minute warning. Apologies. So if we get a negative play here, incomplete pass, we'll see what happens. They've got 2 minutes to go down and score. What I'm saying is if we get a negative play here, I think after that, like if it's a run play and it's a loss of 3 yards, I think I'm cool with calling a timeout. Maybe not. I at least want to see the second down because we only have 2 timeouts. Yeah, Flacco's been off. I think they've done a good job. The Steelers have. I think they've done a really good job at not letting the Bengals incorporate Jamar Chase and T. Higgins all that much. And like I said, Jamar Chase had what, a couple catches for a first down, and then obviously T. Higgins had the touchdown. But they've done a good job at bracketing those two to not let them completely dismantle. Like, I'll pull up the stats right now. What are we at right now? Flacco's dropped back 17 times. He's completed 10 passes, 4 to Chase Brown, 3 to Andre Yoshivas. Just a catch for T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, and Noah Fant each. Only 82 yards. Man, 10 of 17, though. All right. Pitch play out to Kenneth Gainwell. Gainwell's pushed out of bounds. They keep the clock running. It is a loss of a yard. Don't call the timeout. Don't call the timeout. Face mask. Shit. Oh, it's on there. It's on them. Oh, nice. Nice. We decline it? Don't call that timeout. He called that timeout, didn't he? It's a loss of a yard. Al Golden's been in his bag today. The Golden Bear. Handoff, Jalen Warren. Warren goes for 7 yards, brought down. 3rd and 4. Now we call a timeout. Yeah, Al Golden's cooking them up. He's rocking. He's rolling. Got to get the halftime show coordinated. What'd I do? All right, so here we go. 3rd and 4. Big chance here to get off the field. Rodgers drops back to pass, trying to avoid a sack. We get a hand on Rodgers. He's rolling out to his right. He's going to try and get it himself. He does get it himself, slides down beyond the line to gain. It's going to be a first down. Damn it. Gosh darn it. All right. So Rodgers gets it himself. We had good pressure there. Just didn't have anyone to sweep up Rodgers. So 1st and 10 from the 21-yard line. Minute to play here in the half. Incomplete pass. No flag thrown. And now there's a late flag. And it's going to be on us. Defensive pass interference. They were going for Austin. Let's watch the replay. Cam Taylor-Britt's banged up. He got tripped up by the field, didn't he? This terrible, terrible field in a terrible, terrible city in this dump of a commonwealth. It's not even a state. I don't know what happened there. It looks like Joe Burrow, or not Joe Burrow. It looks like Cam Taylor-Britt got tripped up and just brought down Austin as he was falling down. Out to their own 34-yard line. Rodgers trying downfield, and there's another penalty on a hold. of Jordan Battle unless it's on them. I could see Jordan Battle that whole time. Is it on DK? Okay. Offensive pass interference on DK. Because I was going to say, Jordan Battle did nothing there, man. Did nothing. Is the weather bad there? I mean, are they talking about the weather? Because it's looking really windy, to be honest with you. It looks like it's blowing pretty good there. Heaven forbid this game come down to a kick. First and 20. 55 on the play clock, or on the game clock in the half. Rodgers takes the snap. Narrowly avoids a sack. It's 2nd and 20. We got one timeout left. They're just going to, there's a flag here, late hit. Is it a late hit? What the hell is going on? Roughing the passer. Can we go up? All right, here's the challenge for both these teams. Go a whole play. I mean, he just ate Aaron Rodgers' booty. Myles Murphy just ate Aaron Rodgers' booty. Tripped up and put his face mask. I mean, it was a butt passer. That's not roughing where I come from. That's a Friday night. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, 1st and 10 from the 38. Rodgers over the middle of the field finds Washington. I mean Barrett Carter just got bullied. Somebody tackle. I mean, Washington threw down our linebacker. And then we missed another tackle. Thought they were just going to push him out of bounds. He just sunned him. I mean, this is embarrassing. I mean, our defense is playing well, too. Golly, dude. I mean, just sunned them. Now they're in field goal range. 40 seconds. They hand the ball off to Kenneth Gainwell. Gainwell's going to have 12 yards. They're out to the 20-yard line. So that roughing the passer, it would have been 2nd and 20. And instead, they get a fresh first down because Myles Murphy hit Aaron Rodgers after the play, and they're likely going to score at least 3. They might get 6. They've got all 3 timeouts. There's 34 seconds, and it's 1st and 10. So we have to defend for everything. They can run the ball, as they just did there for 12 yards, and they called their first timeout. Or they can take some shots downfield to DK Metcalf. Man, dude. Geno Stone's terrible, too. When our defense had been playing so well. I mean, it's this half was a sandwich. It was a doo-doo sandwich where the middle was actually good. It was a good piece of A5 Wagyu beef. And then the buns are just turds from this defense. Just giant dog turds from a St. Bernard just smashed in there. Mix it in and right in with the Wagyu beef. 1st and 10 from the 19-yard line. 35 seconds, 2 timeouts for the Steelers. Our ball at half, if we can hold them to 3, it'll be a 4-point game. But, I mean, they can go for anything here. They fake the handoff. Rodgers has time in the pocket. He now will throw an incomplete pass to Kenneth Gainwell. Barrett Carter there, and there's going to be a flag thrown after the play. I swear if this is roughing the passer. And it is. Personal foul, roughing the passer. The 3rd roughing the passer of the game, 2nd on us, 2nd on this drive, and this time it's from Joseph Asai. I hate to sound like Bountygate here, but it's 1st and goal now from the 9-yard line. If we're going to get roughing the passers, can we hit the dude? Can we not just smack his butt? Dude, hit him. I mean, we're going to get penalized. Let's take some shots. First and goal from the 9. And 6.5. With our defense, it just isn't going to cut it. We got to be better offensively. Just got to be better. Pitch play to Kenneth Gainwell. Gainwell lowers his shoulder. Clock will continue to run. They'll have to call a timeout. Their second timeout. They get out to the 7-yard line, in between the 6th and 7th yard line. I mean, maybe that was a good hit. I don't know, man. Like I said, I don't want to sound like the 2011 New Orleans Saints, but if we're gonna get some roughing the passer calls, let's do it like Vontaze Burfict would do it. Let's hit them, baby. Let's hit them. Second and goal. 52 penalty yards this half. Not good. This entire drive brought to you by the referees. Aaron Rodgers, pump fakes, scrambles around, heaves one towards the back of the end zone that is caught, but they didn't get the feet down. It's going to be third and goal. Was looking for Kenneth Gainwell. One last stop to hold him to 3. I just peeked over at the score bug. I just peeked at this, and that's a dumb move. I'm not going to look again. I'm not looking again until after this play. Third and goal. Aaron Rodgers looks a little banged up. Man, Aaron Rodgers is a little banged up. It's going to call that final timeout. They're going to call that final timeout. They ran out of play clock. Who's their backup? Someone tell me who their backup is. Will Howard? Yuck. It's that left wrist. It's kind of a similar play. Remember when Joe got hurt a few years ago? I mean, he got hurt his left wrist from bracing himself when he was falling. Rodgers never gives in. Never gives in to what? Being a decent human being? Yeah, he certainly never gives into that. Third and goal. Big play from the 7-yard line. Come on, one stop. Help me out here, Bengals. One time. Takes the snap. Quick fires, incomplete. And out will come the kicking unit. Just a quick out to Wilson. That's a weird play. That doesn't make any sense. Center God, he's met Rodgers a few times. He is a good dude. Center God, I just question your judge of character at this point. Chris Boswell comes out. .25-yard attempt, and it's through the uprights. And it's 10-6. I mean, it could be worse. I mean, I think after that opening drive, we would have taken being down 4 points going into half. I think we all would have taken that, right? I think we all would have taken that. If you'd have told me we'd be within one score with our ball coming out at half, I think I would have signed up for that. Rodgers a good dude. Yeah, I mean, what are we talking about? He plays for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He can't be a good dude. It's literally impossible. We got the old geezers being a little banged up. Downtown Charlie Brown Jones, kick return, big time return. reverses it, takes it down to the 30-yard line, and we will take probably a kneel, go into half. We tried it. We scored a touchdown last week. And so Mike Hart, Andrew Collinsworth will take you through the halftime discussion. I'll be back with you for the second half. Craig Sandlin and I will be with you for the postgame. Thank you all for being here. Give us a like. Give us a thumbs up. I need a breather. I need to go to the restroom. But give us a few moments. We'll get you set up, and then we'll go into halftime.
Well, thank you, Reid. I appreciate the pass. Just like everyone expected, a defensive struggle in Pittsburgh. Isn't that right, Andrew? How was your first half viewing experience?
It'd be better if we could move the ball a little bit more efficiently. But aside from that, it was nice to see us not give up a touchdown every drive. So from that aspect, I'd say I'm pretty pleased.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get there. But yeah, the defense showing a little bit of life is something that's holding this game together, frankly. But before we get to that, I know most of you all just watched it, but let's do a quick overview about what happened. The first drive of the game, the Steelers drove right down the field and 11-yard touchdown pass to Kenneth Gainwell, juking Barrett Carter out of his shoes, made it 7-0 Steelers. But Joe Flacco responded with a touchdown pass to T. Higgins we thought might be called back for holding, but instead was illegal use of hands. And then after kicking the game-tying extra point, a penalty was called on the Steelers, and Zach Taylor decided to take the points off the board and go for two. That led to a direct snap to Chase Brown and a unsuccessful try that led us to 7-6. Then after that, Steelers punt, Bengals punt, Steelers punt, Bengals punt, Steelers punt, Bengals punt, all the way down to 1 minute and 41 seconds in which the Steelers drove down the field, aided by a few penalties that maybe we'll talk about, but they ended the half basically with the field goal, making it 10-6. Joe Flacco, only 10 for 17, 87 yards, a touchdown, no picks. Chase Brown has been moving the ball in the running game, also 4 receptions, a big third down conversion there. Jamar Chase, only one reception for 9 yards. T. Higgins, obviously 1 reception, but it was the 28-yard field goal or a touchdown, and Andre Yoshivas, 3 catches, 20 yards, all the way to almost all the way to the over on his receiving yards that Craig gave out at the beginning of the game. So, Andrew, that was an eventful first half. Reid's been calling it small wins day. You know, obviously we haven't been moving the ball like we hoped, but what are some of the small wins that you feel like you've seen? Let's start with the offense so far this game.
Well, you kind of touched on it. Chase Brown has been able to do a little bit in the run game. He broke off that explosive run. And that was the first time that I was sitting there really in a long time with the Bengals where I was like, man, that was a creative run play. You know, they used some motion and some misdirection there to break open a hole for Chase Brown, and then he did the rest. And it was good to see that happen. Aside from that, you know, they haven't been really able since that first drive to get Jamar and T involved at all. And so you just have to find ways to get them the ball. But it was good to see Chase Brown get going early and then be able to create some running room for him.
Yeah, let's hope that we can make some offensive adjustments because, boy, it really seemed like the pressure was starting to get there. Or, you know, even times where Joe Flacco had a big pocket or a clean pocket for some time, just not able to find open receivers. So hopefully we'll be able to change that. The announcers mentioned that they were playing a little bit more zone, and maybe with Jalen Ramsey at safety, that's more of their go-to. So we'll see if they're able to adjust to that and put together a drive. Like I said, they also get the get the opening kickoff for the second half. They did show a few shots of Joe Flacco kind of moving that arm. He obviously got driven into the ground on the TJ Watt roughing the passer. Do you think he's hurt? Is there something behind that, or is it just you get brought to the ground a few times and you you got to loosen everything up? But do you think everything's fine with that throwing arm of his?
I don't think it's fine, but I think that he's going to continue to play through just because of his nature, his competitive nature. But he's definitely not 100%. That's obvious. And you can kind of see it sometimes. He's starting to fall back in the pocket a little bit more, throw off his back foot. That near interception, it could have been a pick six. I mean, that was, he was falling off of his back foot and just kind of put a lot of air underneath. It didn't really have any zip on the ball. So that's something to keep an eye on for sure going into the second half. They've talked about it a lot on the broadcast, I know. To be fair, I mean, I'm concerned about it. I think that when he's healthy, he's been really, really good. And even 2 weeks ago when he was playing still banged up, he was good. And so this is the first time I think that we're really seeing it affect him. But then again, you got to give some credit to the Steelers defense. They've done a really good job of covering the guys downfield. So it's not like he's had an easy game by any means. We've seen a lot of 4 catches for Chase Brown. 4 of his 10 completions have been to the running back. And then a couple of times he's targeted some tight ends as well. So they've had to go to the supporting cast a few times. And that's one of the reasons that they haven't been able to get more points on the board, but definitely concerned about his injury. Something to monitor going forward.
Yeah, we saw him miss a couple. We missed a shot for Jamar Chase up the sideline, as well as that deep ball. I don't know if necessarily there is an injury hampering that, just didn't quite have the precision that we've grown to see or experience in the Joe Flacco era of the Bengals. So hoping everything's all right. I think that's why the running game is going to be just as important. The pass rush is starting to get there, and the way you can mitigate that is by running the ball a little bit. We saw them be able to do that in the first Steelers game and then in some of the games after that. So hopefully we'll be able to establish a little bit more of that run and then open it up for a little bit more time for our wide receivers to get open. I also think that they're probably going to give him whatever they gave him at the beginning of the game coming out in the second half. And I think barring another heavy hit the ground or sack or being fallen on top of by the Steelers defense, then I think we should be all right for Flacco by the end of the game, because I think we can both agree we are not trying to have a Jake Browning experience to finish out this game.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. But let's move to the defense. The defense obviously has, only 10 points in that half, and they've looked better. They've looked pretty good. They've forced 3 punts. And, that's something that we haven't been seeing. We've seen them start to tackle a little bit. Now, obviously, we got Barrett Carter, who, I think every explosive play that the Steelers had might have come by something Barrett Carter did. We saw the touchdown. We saw the Darnell Washington play down the sideline. We saw the Freiermuth juke of, juked him out of his shoes. So Barrett Carter seems to be struggling a little bit, but other players on this defense seem to be stepping up, and we're getting some pressure on Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, aside from the roughing the passer penalty from Myles Murphy there, I thought he had a really good first half, even before the sack that he had. I thought that he was playing really well in the run game. I thought that he was creating pressure. And then he gets the half sack with B.J. Hill there. Good job on the pass rush, just continuing to fight. And then he gets the roughing the passer, which, stuff like that. It's not like he wasn't super egregious. It wasn't super late. Again, it's something that it's going to be called a lot of the time, especially coming in low like that. But it's not something that I think was a discipline issue for him. The Osai one is a little bit more okay, that ball was out. So, just don't be going after him. But again, I think Rodgers, he's a savvy veteran. He's going to sell those. But I thought the defense played really well for the most part. I thought the secondary looked really good too. I thought that Dax Hill had a good half. DJ Turner was able to recover nicely on a couple of those plays. The safeties haven't had their name called a lot, which is sometimes a good thing. So there's been a lot of good things I've seen from this defense. Obviously, the linebacker play, especially Barrett Carter, hasn't been great. I'm sure that's going to be continued to be talked about for a while, because it was really brutal there in the first half, and it's kind of been bad since I think it was that – what game was that? It was the first half where he had like 4 tackles for loss a few weeks ago. And since then, it's just gone all downhill for him. So it's been tough to watch him, but, I still have faith that he'll try to figure things out and that, that they can still be able to pull out a win here today. I mean, that's the most important thing, right?
Yeah, PFF so far has 9 logged missed tackles so far for the Bengals, 3 of which are Barrett Carter and 2 of which are Geno Stone. So continuing to add to their totals at the top of that leaderboard, that unfortunate leaderboard. But I agree. I think overall it has looked good. And I think part of it is because they've been able to get some pressure on Aaron Rodgers. Miles Murphy, Joseph Osai, both 2 hurries, one of them with the sack, the other with a quarterback hit. Obviously, we had that unfortunate penalty where I think they got Rodgers up high in the face mask, and they're going to call that. But, we've been able to see something out of this defensive line with no Trey Hendrickson and also no Shamar Stewart. So hopefully they can continue to do that. It seemed like if they can do that, they can keep Aaron Rodgers not comfortable and having to move around. And when that happens, he just doesn't quite have the juice to be able to make a bunch of crazy plays. So let's keep doing that. I really appreciate that we've been able to do that. I don't know what, something with the bye week has helped. But we've all seen in the past, the biggest issue has been the Bengals defense in the second half, especially the fourth quarter, just unable to get a stop, unable to get anything from what we would like to see. So past the first half test, I'd say, pretty happy with what we have defensively. Now, the bigger test is going to be how we finish this game. Andrew, do you have any second half plans, any thoughts of how they should attack this or what your keys should be for this second half as we move towards it?
Well, it seems that they're playing a lot of double coverage on T and Jamar, and it seems like the safeties are helping over top with them there. So maybe you just got to keep going over the middle of the field. We saw Yoshi Voss on that first drive with a couple of big first down grabs. Wouldn't mind going back to him. Maybe get Noah Fant involved as well. Like there's other guys that can be a good part of this offense, but at some point in time, you got to get the ball to your playmakers as well. Jamar with only 1 catch there. I think he had 3 targets. If you can get him involved, just maybe a screen play or something like that, try to get the ball into his hands because we know how dangerous he is in space. So there's just got to be, some willingness to go outside of your playmakers, but also not give up on them at the same time. And that's going to be a happy medium that Zach Taylor's going to have to find here in the second half.
Yeah, I agree. Hopefully we'll be able to establish that in our first drive after we receive the second half kickoff. Mine is, I just talked about it. Miles Murphy, man, 5 tackles, no missed tackles, already has a sack and 2 hurries. Man, he's playing well. He obviously had that roughing the passer where he went in low, and unfortunately that's the rule. Can't do that. Thank you, Tom Brady, for, NFL wants to keep quarterbacks' ACLs intact, so you can't do that. But overall, I think he's been pretty good. If we can continue to get more out of him, obviously getting a big opportunity with both Hendrickson and Stewart out. So hopefully this defensive line can continue to get a push on the Steelers. And boy, it would be great to be able to, it's going to be a nail biter. We all knew it coming in. We all knew that this was going to be something that this wasn't going to be a game where we'd be able to sit and feel comfortable either way. So, buckle up. Hopefully we'll be able to do it. Reid mentioned it before he left. If you would have said only down 4 at halftime and the defense only gave up 10 points, I feel pretty good about that. Let's scheme up this offense, which has shown the ability to be able to do that. And let's go out and score some points. Go sweep the Steelers. What do you think about that, Andrew?
Yeah, it sounds great to me. And the other thing, you mentioned this about Miles Murphy, it's like the first time I remember him playing an entire game. It's been 3 years now since we picked him, and he just doesn't seem to have the snap count that some of the other guys have. So I'm excited for him. I don't want to say that I've given up on him, but when you're factoring in the defense, you just don't think about him. But yeah, this team, man, they always get your heart racing when you watch them. You can always say that about the Bengals. So it's another week for that. It's going to be a nail biter right down to the end, like you said, and I'm just hopeful that they pull out a win.
All right, and with that, it looks like the kickoff is out, and it will be 1st and 10 Bengals. Let's pass it back to Reid, and Reid will be with Craig Sandlin for the postgame. Hopefully we can pull out a win. Who day?
Who dey?
All right, so if what I just saw is correct, then Mason Rudolph's going to be the starting quarterback here in the second half. If that's the case, then we absolutely need to win this game. We absolutely need to win this game. All right, 1st and 10. I'm sitting down for a while. Because I've earned it. I've earned rest today. So that's what we're going to do. 1st and 10. Hand the ball off. Joe Flacco's in there. Chase Brown breaks free. He's out to the 45, 50. He's going. Out to the 40. Shoves back in. He's to the 35-yard line. Needed that. Got to the 41. Pittsburgh's 41-yard line. That's a huge play. I'm getting too animated. I'm getting too fired up too frequently. Why CBS, man? Why is that score up there? What happened? All right, 1st and 10 from the 41-yard line. Huge play. We fake the handoff. We try and for it all. Flacco has to get rid of it to get out of a sack. Gets it out to Noah Fant. It's going to be a gain of 4 yards. 2nd and 6 from the 37. Second and 6. They're evaluating Rodgers, so you guys tell me. It's what you guys are telling me, and I trust you. So it's going to be 2nd and 6. Rodgers from the left hash mark, or Flacco, apologies. Flacco from the left hash mark. Hands the ball off to Chase Brown. Chase Brown avoids one tackle and gets beyond the first down line. It's going to be a fresh set of downs for the Bengals, and Chase Brown with 2 huge runs here to start the second half. Like the way this team's looking thus far. So here we go. 1st and 10. Run the ball again. From the 30-yard line. Flacco drops back to pass. Looking over the middle of the field. Finds T. Higgins, who can't come in with the catch. Tried for T. Higgins, I should have said. So it's going to be 2nd and 10. Second and 10. Chase Brown to the left of Joe Flacco. Ball from the left hash mark. 5 seconds on the play clock. Take the snap. Dropping back to pass again. Looking over the middle of the field, it is tipped by Noah Fant and the linebacking crew from Pittsburgh. It was the linebacker Patrick Queen. Let's see the replay here. What happened there? Yeah, it was going right for T. Higgins. It was Noah Fant who thought the pass was coming to him. So he gets a hand on it. That would have been a first down. A little miscommunication there. We are in field goal range, but with the wind, you never know. It's right now about a 47-yard field goal. 3rd and 10. Flacco looks over for Jamar Chase. He's not going to get the first down, but will move up 5 yards, and out comes the kicking unit. See if we make this a 1-point game once again. So we get the big run from Chase Brown, but we can't continue it on even further. Need this field goal now. Evan McPherson been pretty good this season. 13 for 16. Hasn't made anything longer than 50 yards. He won't have to surpass that on this one. It's a 43-yard attempt from the right hash. Based off the camera angle, the wind is blowing. Snap is good. Kick is up. up, and it goes through the uprights. Why is that end zone completely empty? It's 10-9, and the Bengals make it a 1-point game once again to get points on the opening possession. I heard Mike and Andrew talking. I said this before the half started, or before I left at the end of the first half. I was like, all right, well, I think based off that first drive, what we saw, if you would have told me that the Bengals were going into halftime down 4 points, I think we all would have taken it, because that first drive was despicably embarrassing. Despicably embarrassing. And they played better. They played better throughout. But still gave up 3 points on that final drive on just some horrendous penalties. And it's the offense that is letting down the defense today. So we can see what happens here. See if the defense can get another stop. Mason Rudolph was warming up. They're showing a commercial with A.J. Brown. I did not know that man was that big. Craig Sandlin puts in a good chat. He said, what happened to getting the ball to Jamar Chase and letting him make a play? No screens, no speeds, nothing. Yeah, that's been, the Bengals have scored, 33 points on average since Joe Flacco's been the starting quarterback, and a big portion of that has just been, all right, we're going to get the ball to Jamar Chase 10 times a game, 11 times a game. And we haven't been doing that today. They have not been doing that today. So, I guess we will see where this takes us. Yeah, because, listen, this offense is always going to be firing off with Jamar Chase. When you've got one of the best players, if not the best player at his position, he's got to be a major portion of your game. He's got to be. If you have the best center in the league or the best guard in the league, you're on the ball in between the tackles. You got the best left tackle in the league. You can drop your guy back frequently. And when you got Jamar Chase, you just get him the ball and see what happens. But it's 10-9. We'll see when we get stopped. At some point, I will stand up, I promise. I feel like I get a little more energy when I'm standing up, but my legs, I don't know. I'm running ragged today, if I'm being honest. Kenneth Gainwell returns it out to the 27-yard line. Mason Rudolph will be in. Like I said, he was taking snaps, so it's not even Will Howard. Mason Rudolph is their backup. Another great human being, Mason Rudolph. Has never been... isn't it wild that, you are a controversial person and you've, played, 10 games in your career? It's wild. All right, 1st and 10 for Mason Rudolph. Pitch play to Jalen Warren out to the open side of the field, and they use his speed to gain 6 yards. He's brought down by B.J. Hill. So Cam Taylor-Britt's out. Cam Sample's out. Another 2 shots to our defense, especially with Trey Hendrickson and Shamar Stewart gone. So about 5 guys that you anticipated being starters before the season start aren't playing for the defense today. Handoff will get a gain of 3 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 2. That's the Hamilton kid, right? Is it Caleb Johnson? That was Jalen Warren once again. Apologize. You never see Caleb Johnson in on there. Appears to be a bad pick, which is wild because everyone loved Caleb Johnson out of college. I hope he gets another stab at it. All right, Mason Rudolph, see if he can get the conversion here on 3rd and 2. Ran the ball in the first 2 plays. 5 seconds on the play clock. Rudolph takes the snap. He's dropping back to pass. He will find Kenneth Gainwell, who will get the first down just a yard beyond the line to gain. He's brought down by Burks. Just brought Kenneth Gainwell right out of the backfield. So 1st and 10, fresh set of downs. They're out to the 37-yard line. Rudolph dropping back to pass once again, and once again we'll check it down to the running back. This time it's Jalen Warren, and it's Jordan Battle who comes up to make a great play. It's a loss of 2 yards. It's 2nd and 12. And now Jalen Warren is slow to get up. So we'll see a lot more of Kenneth Gainwell and maybe even the Hamiltonian, Caleb Johnson. Staff coming in. I'll tell you what, guys. We laugh about it, but this does feel like an AFC North game, does it not? Bunch of injuries, weird penalties, low-scoring game. It's windy. Like, it's starting to smell like an AFC North game. Still a lot of football left. Oh, yeah, spun up Jalen Warren. So Warren now hobbling off the field. There's Gainwell in the backfield. 5th year out of Memphis. Just a little scat back. Rudolph alone in the backfield here on 2nd and 11. Drops back to pass. Looks to his right. Now looking to his left. Gets rid of it. And no one home, as it's going to be 3rd and 11. No one within 5 yards of that pass. Not a lot of pressure there. I like our odds if Mason Rudolph's going to play the rest of this game and we have some pressure. So 3rd and 11. See if we can get off the field here. Rudolph takes the snap. Big, deep set. And he has a wide open receiver. Golly. We even got pressure there. It's Roman Wilson. The 2nd year out of Michigan. And it's a 1st down. And they're across midfield. 3rd and 11, and we can't get them off. Gosh darn it. So 1st and 10 now from the 47-yard line. Pitch play. That is to Caleb Johnson. Or is it Jalen Warren back out on the field? Yeah, Caleb Johnson. There we go. Kid from Hamilton. He's been on Chatterbox's content before. Yeah, I don't know how a guy gets that open, if I'm being honest with you guys. It's hard for me to get, like, really amped up. This game kind of sucked the life out of. I mean, it's just been an ugly game. 2nd and 7. Nice to see Optimistic John in the chat. Being optimistic, per usual. 2nd and 7 from the 44-yard line. It's KJ back to the right of Mason Rudolph. Fakes the handoff. Rudolph looking over the middle of the field, and it's a terrible pass that is almost picked off by Dax Hill. And there goes 3rd and 7. I mean, throwing it just right behind him. Rudolph looks better than Old Man Rodgers. I mean, I've seen Mason Rudolph throw like 4 passes, and 3 of them have been terrible, to be honest with you. 90% chance to get the 1st down here. I don't know. We'll see what happens. This does feel like a spot where they're going to get it like Pat Fryermuth or Washington. 3rd and 7, Rudolph trying downfield, looking for DK Metcalf and just drops it right into the bucket. And there's a penalty flag thrown late. Let's see if they call it on DK Metcalf or it's on Juan Drago Turner. DK Metcalf, I will say this. Offensive pass interference, needed it. I don't know a wide receiver that gets more offensive PIs called than DK Metcalf. I get he's a physically imposing human being, but man, I feel like I never see offensive PI, and he gets them called all the time. Yeah, I mean, he just shoved DJ Turner. He just shoved him. I mean, that was a felonious act. The fact that they're only getting a penalty and that he's not getting 10 years in prison, he should be thankful for that. So here we go. 3rd and 17. Rudolph drops back. 3rd and 17. Let's see if we can get off the field. They get it down to Washington. And he's going to get a first down. 3rd and 17, they just dump it to Washington 8 yards beyond the line of scrimmage, and he runs another 10 for the first down. 3rd and 17. And we can't get off the field. Rudolph, 1st and 10 from the 37. This time to DK Metcalf. Metcalf will have a first down. 11-yard gain out to the 27. I mean, that is pitiful. He gets 13 yards with his own feet. Pitiful. 2nd and 1. Or 1st and 10, apologies. Oh, no, it was 2nd and 1. And there, once again, DK Metcalf. This time they will get the first down. I mean, we're going to let Mason Rudolph march right down the field against us. That's how inept this defense is. And I know they've given up 10 points at this point in the game, but Mason Rudolph just picking apart our defense. Handoff. Is that to Caleb Johnson? The speedy back out of Iowa. Gets a big carry for 8 yards. He's a 3rd-round pick for the Steelers, but they just have not used him at all. In fact, he only has 43 rushing yards this year, 16 rushes. He's not scored a touchdown yet. So we'll see. We'll see if he gets his first touchdown on this drive. Second and 3. And they'll call their first timeout. Mason Rudolph will call a timeout before taking the penalty. 2nd and 3. Oh, man, these opening drives, dude. I mean, I get that they're scripted plays from Arthur Smith, but I just don't know how you're letting Mason Rudolph just go right downfield. Right downfield. All right. Second and 3. Why are they showing 3rd down passing stats when it's on 2nd down? Pitch play to Caleb Johnson. It's not going to get anywhere. It was to the short side of the field. It's going to be 3rd down and short. So 3rd and 2. Let's see what Al Golden cooks up here. Let's see what Al Golden can cook up, baby. Let's see what he can do. 3rd and 2. Mason Rudolph alone in the backfield, 5 wide. We have 6 men on the line. Let's see how many we bring. They got 1 second to get the snap off. They get it off just in time. Rudolph, escaping pressure, rolling out to his right, running out of time, has to heave it up towards the end zone, and it's well out of play. And they avoid somehow not giving up a touchdown here and not getting a fresh set of downs. Brought pressure, brought 6 men that time, and a good job by the secondary at not letting anyone get open in man coverage. It was Joseph Asai who applied the most pressure. Miles Murphy was right there too, and out comes Chris Boswell in the kicking unit. It'll be a 30-yard field goal from the right hash mark. Boswell already connected on 1 short field goal today, and the snap is good, and he connects on another. They take a slight lead. 4-point lead once again. And it is 13-9. The Bengals have a chance to go take a lead here. I mean, I cannot believe we did not get off the field on 3rd and 17. I cannot believe that, but I'll tell you what. If we get a touchdown here, no more sitting down for the rest of the game. I'll be standing up, and I'll be fired up for the rest. We need some points here. I think we need to answer back. 4 minutes, 16 seconds to go here in the 3rd quarter. Thank you so much, everyone that is here. Love doing this. This is my last time doing this for a few games now. I mentioned it. I'm going on a little vacation next week, or Thanksgiving week. So next week, while Craig's taking you through the watch-along, or Stone, or whoever, I will be down on the beach watching either from my phone or at a beach bar. So, yeah, maybe I'll be tuning in. But, yeah, I want to win this. Listen, if Aaron Rodgers is out for the rest of the game, then I don't know how many gifts we can have. I don't know how many gifts we can get this season between the Jets coming to town home, and then we recover the onside kick against the Bears and just have not capitalized on them. But you've got to capitalize on it, especially with the news that we heard earlier this week that Joe Burrow is planning to come back earlier we talked about, was he going to be right after he gets hurt? We start seeing 3 months. Okay, so he's going to be back for the final 3 games, maybe the second Ravens game, the final 4 games. And now we're hearing that he could be back by Thanksgiving. And a big part of it is if they win this game. We'll see. We will see. But you've got to win this one. But I cannot – I'm trying not to let what I talked about when we beat the Steelers on Thursday Night Football a month ago. I told Craig, and I did in the postgame, I said, look at the next few weeks. The Bengals, there's a really good chance that the Bengals will be playing on November 16th for a right to be in first place in the AFC North. And if the Bengals would have just either beaten the Jets or the Bears last week, and they win this game, we would be in first place in the AFC North. But, of course, we lost both games in heart-wrenching fashion. The Steelers did exactly what I expected them to do over the next 3 weeks, which was go 1-2. I didn't know which way that they would go. I don't know what team they were going to beat. It turned out to be the Colts. But I figured they'd go 1-2, and here they are, 1-2. And we have a chance to send them to 500. But, oh well, I guess is all I can say. Here comes out downtown Charlie Brown Jones to the 35-yard line. Seeing what time do the Ravens play at 4 o'clock against the Brownies? Okay. Just checking in on our other AFC North foes. Flacco, under center. Got 3 points on the opening drive thanks to a big run from Chase Brown. We start off from the 32-yard line, send Drew Sample in motion. Noah Fant following behind, pulling and blocking, but not getting a hole open for Chase Brown. He's brought down to the line of scrimmage. I like that play design. I just don't think Noah Fant got there quick enough. We got a nice game going on at Highmark Stadium between the Bills and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So 2nd and 10. Flacco. 4 wide. Finds Andre Yoshivas, who looked like he made the catch, and then it falls out of his hands as he's hit. So it's going to be 3rd and 10, and we cannot go 3 and out. We cannot go 3 and out. We've got to get a first down. We cannot give up a field goal to Mason Rudolph, then go 3 and out. That pass had some zip on it, though. I know everyone was worried about Joe Flacco in the first half. That pass had some zip on it. I just don't know how we're not letting Jamar Chase or T. Higgins be a greater portion of this game. We'll see if they get them the ball here on 3rd and 10. Flacco looking for Jamar Chase on the left side. Now he's looking off to the right and just checks it down to Noah Fant. Noah Fant breaks 2 tackles and gets the first down. He's still going. Still up. He's out to the 45. Our tight end gets the big first down. Can we get the ball to Jamar Chase or T. Higgins? Big run by Noah Fant. I got 1,000 things going through my mind right now. That's huge. Try to bring him down. You Fant. Get it? Get it? Bengals tackling is contagious. Certainly seemed like it there. They are doing a good job at just eliminating Jamar Chase and T. Higgins from this game, man. The Steelers are. And I don't know if it's us eliminating him. But they go for the ball and do not wrap up, and Noah Fant's able to get 10 yards. That saved us, man. That's huge. So 1st and 10 out to the 47-yard line. Hand the ball off to Chase Brown. It's a stretch play. It's going to get 4 yards on the carry, and we're out to midfield. All right, 2nd and 6. Taj Brooks coming out, checking in for Chase Brown. Those Parkers are sick. So 2nd and 6, just across midfield. Flacco, shotgun formation, 4 wide. Man to his left, and that's Taj Brooks. Takes the snap, has time. Is finding T. Higgins, who slips under 1 tackle. How many times have you seen T. Higgins slip under that tackle? The high tackle, someone comes around his shoulders, and he just bends down after making the catch, and that's a big catch. And listen, T. Higgins and Jamar Chase have done nothing. 1 catch each. T. Higgins has scored a touchdown, but that's his 2nd catch of the game. If you are almost 3 quarters in and you have held us, T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, to a combined 3 catches, your defense is doing a great job. And it's a good portion why we only have 9 points on the board. Handoff to Chase Brown. Chase Brown doesn't have a hole there. Gets a yard, maybe 2. $1:30 to go here in the 3rd. We've got no rhythm right now. We've got no rhythm offensively. We just don't. Things aren't working, and it's funny how those things kind of like domino. Like when one thing's not working and another thing's not working, and the other way. Like if you complete one pass, complete another. It's just we just feel like we've got no tempo to this game, and can't figure out a rhythm. 2nd and 9, Flacco alone in the backfield. Over the middle of the field, passes tipped at the line, was looking for Jamar Chase on a drag, cleared out the entire secondary and just brought Jamar Chase, but it's tipped at the line, and it's going to be 3rd and 9. It was the defensive tackle with the tip. Yeah, I mean, that would have been a big run there from Jamar Chase. He would have had a first down, surely. We're actually pretty lucky that ball doesn't tip up and get intercepted. So here's 3rd and 9. From the 35-yard line. It's a long field goal if we don't get yards here. 52 yards. Flacco Takes the snap, and he just way underthrows, and it's going to be intercepted, and it's to the races. This might be 6, and it is 6. Drew Sample can't save. We'll see if there's a flag thrown. Jamar Chase tries to get Duggar, and it's a pick 6. Oh, my God. Just a terrible, terrible pass. Way underthrown. Way underthrown. Just a terrible pass. And just, man. Thank you. Duck says, don't ever compare Flacco to Burrow again. Yeah, thank you. Does he just not see him? Yeah, he just doesn't see him at all. Never saw him. He was just gave it right to him. Just handed. Oh, man. I knew when we traded for Joe Flacco that the picks come. I mean, that's been his MO his entire. Go look at his stat sheet. He throws 15 interceptions a year, 20 interceptions a year. And not many touchdowns, but his third pick in 2 games, and it's 20-9. Oh, man, it feels like things. Our defense is playing okay. I mean, I know we missed a lot of tackles, but they're playing better, I guess is the mean. Aaron Rodgers is hurt, and we just can't get anything going. I just don't know how we are almost 45 minutes into this game. 45 minutes into this game, and we have thrown the ball. We have completed 3 passes to T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. 4 passes to them. 4 completions, 55 yards. And one of them was a 28-yard pass for a touchdown on the opening drive. It is, I just don't know how this happens. I just don't know how it happens. I mean, Joe, I see people, I see AJ talking about Zach Taylor. And I get it. Like, Zach hasn't called a great game today. But it's just, Flacco's been terrible. They've both been terrible. Joe, this offense has had no rhythm whatsoever. No rhythm whatsoever today. In the Steelers, listen, there's no one that, I think because we see them a lot, know how flawed their defense is, but there's no one in the NFL that spends more money on their defense than the Pittsburgh Steelers. Nobody. Look it up. They spend the most money on their defense in the league. And it's been that way for like 5 years. So it's a good defense. We know it's a good defense. I don't think it's as great, or I don't think they're getting a good ROI, return on investment. But if it's not one thing, it's another, right? It's what bad teams do. It is what we've seen bad teams do all season long, or for as long as you and I have been watching football. As long as the sport's been played, we have fully understood that bad teams do not play complementary football. And that's not just football, that's sports. That's life. Organizations that just never complement each other. And when our offense is getting 40 points, our defense is terrible. When our defense does enough for us to win games, our offense can't sustain anything, can't get any rhythm, throws a pick 6. And here's the thing is, we're not out of this game. We've seen this offense score at a high level and very quickly. We're down 2 scores with Mason Rudolph playing here heading into the 4th quarter. But we've got to get something going, man. And I'll tell you what, I'm with you. I get so freaking sick and tired of people blasting Joe Burrow. Like, oh, you see what Joe Flacco's doing? Joe Burrow maybe not be that good. And it's just like, dude, get out of here. If you watch them play football, if you watch football and you watch Joe Burrow consistently, you know he is an elite playmaker. I digress. First play from the line of scrimmage, It's 1st and 10. We hand the ball off to Milton. The hell is Milton? Kendall Milton out of Georgia. And you get 3 yards, and that'll take us to the 4th quarter. Put them up, baby. Put them up. Put those 4s up. I'm going to take a breather here for a second. We will see. My phone was ringing, and I'm hoping that that's nothing to do with the video board going on down the street. But we will see. Let me pop in here real quick. We are heading to the 4th quarter. All right, I got to step aside here for a second, guys. Let me see. We're here. I will be right back. All right, we are back here. I am sorry about that. Had to step aside for a quick second. As had a small little thing happen with one of our board events. All right, so it's going to be 2nd and 3. Sorry about that. I am back. Let's see if we can get this going. All right, so we have an injury on the field. What did I miss? I'm back. I'm back here. I'm ready to roll. I'm ready to rip. Let's see if we can win this game. Let's get these 4s up. See if we can win this game. Let's do something here. I need everyone to give me a scale of 1 to 10 how confident you are we're going to win this game. Down 11, 15 minutes to roll. Scale of 1 to 10. How confident are you? All we need is 7 and 3. Well, we're down 11, so we need more than that. 1, 3, 1, 2. I'll tell you what, guys. I think I'm more optimistic than you guys. I have a weird feeling we're going to win this game, but we got to score here. We're already at 2nd and 2 at the 45. We do have a short break in the action here. Timeout. See, this is happening right here in the fourth quarter. Because of course it is. Hand off to Chase Brown will get us the first down. All right, I got to lock in here. All right, 3rd and 1. Didn't give us the first down. Drew Sample in on here. And it doesn't look like we're going to get it there on 3rd and 1. So it's going to come down to 4th and inches, and we got to go for it. Flag thrown after the play. There's a lot going on right now between what I'm trying to do here, what's going on elsewhere, but I'm locked in. I'm locked in. So offsetting penalties here. A lot of jabber-jawing between Jamar Chase and others. So it's going to be 4th and 1 from the 44. You can tell Jamar Chase is likely just frustrated. Flacco goes under center. Sends Drew Sample in motion. Sends him in motion again, trying to draw him off sides. This time we'll send Jamar Chase in motion. We'll try one more time to see if we can draw the Steelers off sides here on this final play. Or that'll do it, and they'll call a timeout. Are we going to be punting the ball? We're not punting the ball, right? We are actually going to run a play here. And we did get a bad spot early on in this when it was, second down? Made it 3rd and 1. And now here's a fight. Once again, a flag's thrown, and this is feeling like just the most AFC North game ever. And Jamar Chase is taking off his helmet, trying to fight with Jalen Ramsey. Ugh. I don't know what's going on, but I'm getting frustrated. Did they give us the first down, or is it a personal penalty? So it's going to be on Jalen Ramsey that gives us the first down. Gives us the first down. Let's go. Let's go. We'll take it. Jalen Ramsey ejected. Heck yes. What's the confidence level we're going to win now, huh? What's the confidence level we're going to win now? First and 10. Let's go. Let's win this game. All right, I'm fired up. It looks like everything that was going off with other work projects is going better. And Jalen Ramsey's ejected. And if this, people have been lamenting the Pittsburgh, or been projecting the Pittsburgh Steelers spiral out of control. And if this is what starts it, this feels like something that can start like a spiral out of the season. First and 10. And there's Jamar Chase goating. See, that's what the goats do. They goat you. Or is it goating? I don't know. But we got a score here. Oh, yeah. Straight up. Let's go. And we were going to punt, too. That's what's hilarious. We were going to punt. That's the funniest thing of this whole thing is we were going to do some chicken poop thing and punt it away. And instead, we goat Jalen Ramsey, and he gets ejected. So first and 10 from the 29. Flacco takes the snap. Surveys the field. Finds Noah Fant, who takes a big hit after a gain of 6 yards. Let's go. Let's pick up the pace. That's right, JT513. Let's pick it up. Is that the ejection that turned the tide? The ejection that elated the energy. The ejection that elated the energy. Second and 5. And we are calling a timeout. Love it. What a great timeout. What a great timeout by our Cincinnati Bungies. I'm tired of it, man. It happens every game, too. It happens every game we blow a timeout because we don't get the play in quick enough. Every single game. And I have a billion criticisms about Zach Taylor. In fact, I think I've been calling for his job since the last game we did. But one thing you won't hear me criticize a whole lot is play calling, and because his offense more often than not is pretty good. It's pretty good, but golly, drives me nuts that every single game I watch, at some point, Zach Taylor, the offensive play caller, will not get the play in quick enough. Will not do that. Tough. So be it. So it's going to be 2nd and 5, 12 minutes to go. We're down 11 points. We'll see what happens here. Can we get Jamar Chase in the end zone, please? He hasn't scored since the Steelers game, and we've lost the last 2 games, man. I'm with you. Zach Taylor, I don't want him to be the head coach of my Cincinnati Bengals. I do not want him to be the head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals. The one criticism I think that he gets too much flack for is he's pretty clearly, he's the play caller, and this offense fires, man. And you can say it's because of the players, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and you'd probably be more right than I am. But, I'm not here going to belittle a guy's offense when he puts up 40 points or 33 points, whatever it's been since Joe Flacco has taken over. And 30-plus points last year and 30 points the year before. It's a high-end offense. See, when people say we need Zach not to be the play caller, I think Zach, that's the only thing he does well. That's the only thing I think he does well. 2nd and 5. Handoff this time to Chase Brown. Isn't going to get to the line to gain. It's going to be 3rd and very short. I don't see 40 points. Where are those at? Last week or last game, put up 42. Zach Taylor's a good play caller till it matters. We'll just agree to disagree. I'm not going to convince you. You're not going to convince me, but I think he's pretty clearly a pretty decent, above average, pretty good play caller. 3rd and 2. His offenses, they normally take a little while to get going, but by midseason, they're pretty elite. 1 second on the play clock. We hand the ball off to Chase Brown, and he's got the first down. Big run there from the Fighting Illini, Chase Brown. He's come on as of late. He had 16 receptions against the Steelers on Thursday Night Football, 2 today. 7 targets, though. See if we can get him in the end zone here. Send Jamar Chase in motion. 5 seconds on the play clock. 10 minutes on the game clock. Flacco takes the snap back, and a bad pass skips it to Jamar Chase. What happened there? Chase was open. It was going to be a gain of about 5 to 7 yards. Just a bad pass. Did it get tipped? Miscommunication? Might have been miscommunication. He anticipated Jamar Chase to stop, and Jamar Chase kept going towards the sideline. Okay. 2nd and 10. Guys, we need a touchdown. I know a field goal puts us within a 1-score game, but we need a touchdown. Yeah, Flacco has not been good today. He just hasn't. Has not been good. He is definitely banged up. 5 wide for Flacco. And he's going to take a sack. It's a loss of 6 yards. Oh, man. 3rd and 17. All right, let's see if we got a big play in us. Or are we going to do some chicken you-know-what? Try for the end zone, man. Just go for it. Just go for the end zone. Just throw it up for T. Get us an extra blocker back there, which we don't have. 5 wide for Flacco, and there's going to be a false start penalty. So now it's going to be, even if we have an incomplete pass, I mean, we're just going to run it's a delay of game, my bad. What this is going to be is, where are we at? We're at the 30-yard line, so it's a 47-yard field goal. We're going to try and get 8 yards and kick this field goal. Man. Which is the right call, by the way. We absolutely should just be trying to mitigate some yardage and make this a one-score game. 67 penalty yards, man. 3rd and 22. We're going to make this field goal just more manageable. That's absolutely what we're going to do. Flacco. We're going for the end zone. Throws it up to T. Higgins, who is beaten into, but there's no flag thrown. Eccles on the coverage, as is Joey Porter. Incomplete pass. Man, I'm surprised we went for it there. I thought for sure we were just going to take 8 yards and kick the field goal. Yeah, that's not a penalty. That's not a penalty. It's not looking good, bro. Not looking good, bro. 47-yard field goal. Already spoiled it. He's going to make it. It's already above me. It's right there. He's going to make it. 48-yard field goal. From the middle of the field. Snap. He bangs it. Would have been a lot more nervous if I didn't see that we already made it. It's a one-score game. Bengals have scored 6 points now on their last, let's see this. Scored on the opening drive. Then they've gone punt, field goal, pick 6, field goal. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7 drives today, and we've got 12 points on the board. It's not good enough. Not good enough. Can we get a turnover? They're going to keep it so conservative with Mason Rudolph. But man, if we get a 3 and out, it's 10 minutes to go. I'd love to see it. Boy, I would love to see it. Need it even. It is. I mean, talk about this. This is reminiscent of an old AFC North game, like the Andy Dalton Big Ben games, even the Carson Palmer Big Ben games, other than the fact that like there hasn't been any offensive ineptitude, or it's been inept how the offenses have played. But, I mean, a guy getting ejected, lots of penalties, some fights, some rubble-rousing. It feels like an AFC North game, which I don't know if I welcome, because I certainly think I like the way the Bengals played the last few weeks more, where it's exciting as just a viewer, as a enjoyer of football. I'd obviously appreciate them to win more, but it is not comfortable. And here's the thing, while we're speaking of comfortable in the way this game's been playing, the Steelers are comfortable winning these games. The Steelers, this is their bread and butter. They win these games. We don't. I don't know what kind of games we win, to be honest, because we don't win the shootouts either. We don't win the 40-something, 40-somethings. The 38s, the 35s. We don't win those. We did against the Steelers last time. They played our game at a Paycor Stadium, and we won that one. Now we're playing their game, and they're going to win this one. We've let their style kind of we've let their style dictate this game. And I don't know, man. Flacco's clearly hurt. He's clearly not the same. I don't know if he's hurt. And he's not been the same Joe Flacco that we've seen for the first 4 games that he's played for us. It's not the same Joe Flacco at all. And the question that's been all over Chatterbox, off the bench, all this stuff is, if we lose these games, should Joe Burrow come back? And I've been an ardent supporter of no, he shouldn't. Because there's nothing that you can convince me that he should come back other than the fact that it's just vibes. All right, we're just bringing back one of the best quarterbacks in the league. There's no logical sense to bringing him back if we lose this game, lose to the Patriots, whatever. But, golly. All right, let's see if we can get the ball back. Mason Rudolph rolls out to his right on the opening play, finds Kenneth Gainwell. It's going to be a gain of 9 yards, gain of 7 yards. It's 2nd and 3. Looks like they're having fun up in Buffalo, 37-32. So here we go. 2nd and 9. 2nd and 3, my bad. Handoff to Kenneth Gainwell. Short. About a yard short. They're probably going to get it, which means that they can run again. The Ravens play later on today. I was going to give you an update on the AFC North, but the AFC North plays later on. So here's the 3rd and 1 play. Handoff, Kenneth Gainwell. Gainwell falls forward for the first down. So 1st and 10. Mason Rudolph drops back to pass. Tries a deep shot. It's incomplete. No, it's picked up. Picked off. Hits the ground. Geno Stone right there as it kind of bounces up to him. 2nd and 10. What happened here? DK Metcalf was wide open. Just a terrible pass from Mason Rudolph. Did that hit the ground for sure? I mean, the way that everyone reacted would make you think that it hit the ground. But from my angle, you can't. It's hard to tell. Delay a game? Delay a game? Yeah! Big delay of game. So that'll move them back to 2nd and 15. Surely now they're just going to run the ball. Surely now they're just going to take 2 run plays, take off 2 minutes, or are they going to try for the first down? What are they going to do here? Sure-handed. 2nd and 15. I'll take it. Craig said they're too quick. Rudolph, screen play, out for Washington. Good job by Dax Hill just holding on for dear life on Washington's ankle. We laughed at him, right? After he gets bullied, after Washington bullies Barrett Carter, Dax Hill just grabbed onto that ankle, and he's like, I ain't letting go. You're going to have to, you can go, but there's going to be a ball and chain attached to you. Third and 11. Pass out to Kenneth Gainwell, and it's going to be a first down and more for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Just dumped it out to the flats, got a blocker in front of him. Golly, dude. Out to the 35-yard line. So they're in field goal range. We need a turnover. Now they're just going to run the ball and kick the field goal, right? Take off 3 minutes off the clock, make it a 2-score game. And also, you're going to have to stop them from gaining more first downs. They should just run 3 run plays. Have Chris Boswell make it a 2-score game. We have 1 timeout. And they run it to Kenneth Gainwell. Golly, we just lost the game right there. That was Caleb Johnson on the carry. KJ gets 3 yards. Golly. Yeah, that's game. I mean, it's with 1 timeout, down, we'll be down 2 scores even if they kick the field goal. Jordan Battle's banged up now. Timeout, guys. Can I do something real quick? Caleb Downs is a heck of a player, and he's going to probably be a really good NFL player. But if you think a safety is like going to solve everything here, I know you're Ohio State fans, and I get it, but like, what's this tank for Caleb Downs thing? Oh, Caleb Downs isn't only going to play for the Bengals. Who gives a rip? He's a safety. He's a good safety. They're important players, but it's not like you're getting Lawrence Taylor. It's not a franchise-changing position, dude. I'm getting too fired up at certain times today. Like I've got no middle, I've got no second gear. It's just it's all gas or it's nothing. Mason Rudolph dropping back to pass on 2nd and 7. Just gives an easy pass and a first down to DK Metcalf, who runs out of bounds. All right, I'm in for tanking for Lawrence Taylor. Is he on crack or not, though? Are we getting speedball, Lawrence Taylor? Yeah, this is game. And this game's over. Just didn't score. Hand the ball off to Caleb Johnson. Caleb Johnson shoves Geno Stone out of the way, and Johnson gets a first down. There's going to be a flag. Hopefully that's a face mask. Did he hold his face mask? Like you can stiff arm. What's the flag thrown? Yeah, it's going to be a face mask. Yeah, he grabbed it. It's got to be a punch, KJ. So 1st and 23? Man, poor KJ. I mean, he's not getting any time, and then he gets that penalty. And I'm rooting for him because he's from Hamilton, but so 1st and 25. Here comes 3 runs and a kick. Do we have a chance to get a missed kick? Is that big of a play? Well, no, never mind, because they just run a screen play. That's going to get 25 yards and more for Kenneth Gainwell. Out to the 7-yard line. This team, man. First and 25, and I'm thinking, oh, maybe they're out of field goal range now. No, they'll just run a 35-yard screen play to Kenneth Gainwell. I mean, they're not doing anything at all, guys. They're just running simple plays, and it's just eating us up. It's not the worst game that they played. Obviously, the defense has been completely inept all season, and they're about to give up 27 points or whatever it'd be. Just let them score. Let them in. Call a timeout here. Just let them score. The Bengals will drop to 3 and 7. Molly says, hopefully the season is over before Reid becomes a dad. Well, I'll tell you, I think there's only one way in which the season is not over. There's multiple ways, and that's a premature birth. But if she's on term, and comes when I am welcoming my child into the world, there's only one way in which the Bengals season's still alive, and that is if they're playing in the Super Bowl. So respectfully, Molly, I hope that is not the case. Should Burrow still play, says JT513. That's the $1 million question. $2 super chat. Thanks for the super chat. We'll get to that on the post game. I've made my opinion known. No, he shouldn't. He's going to. But you cannot convince me that he's going to play for any other reason other than vibes, right? Like it's a chance to, he's just like, you're bringing back Joe Burrow. He's happy to play. Like it doesn't make any sense for him to play because you should actively, honestly, the more competitive thing is to be trying to lose. It's like as counterproductive or as paradoxical as that may seem, oxymoronic. The wiser thing to do is to, have a better draft position. And then also you're running the risk of him getting hurt. There's no reason for Joe Burrow to play other than purely, he's bad. I want to watch Joe Burrow play. I want to watch him play. Like, there's no competitive reason for him to do that. 2nd and goal from the 5. Rudolph drops back to pass, gets it to Kenneth Gainwell, and that's a touchdown for Gainwell. (26-12). Does Evan McPherson have another onside kick? Well, we got to get a touchdown first. They're going to lose their 7th game in 8 weeks. 2-0. They started 2-0. And if I told you the Bengals, after starting 2-0, even with Joe Burrow getting hurt, looking at their schedule going forward, I told you that they'd be 3-7. Everyone would have said I'd be wrong. A doink goes through. 27-12. Doinks it off the upright. And that just made me so much more mad because if we don't give up that 30-yard Kenneth Gainwell check down, who knows if Chris Boswell kicks a field goal. It's just hideous. It's hideous. What this team has done is insidious. And just shitty us. Man. And what do you know? This team gives up 27 points. The defense didn't give up 27 points, but this team has given up 27 points in every game this year but week 1. Every game this is what? We're going to be 3-7. 10th game of the year. We're in week 11. In every game this year, we have given up 27 points sans week 1. Besides week 1. It's hilarious, man. And Joe Flacco's clearly hurt. So, here's the thing is Joe Flacco might not play next week. He's playing right now, so maybe they'll just force him to play. But, it might be Jake Browning against the Patriots. It's just... Lane Jordan, sorry, I'm catching up. It's almost like building a team the way the Bengals have is not the best recipe for success. See, I know people make fun of the way that this team's built, but a part of it is circumstance. That's just, we haven't had the luxury of, we haven't drafted well. Just point blank, haven't drafted well. And other than the run in 2020 and 2021 of free agents, we haven't even gotten good free agent pieces. Trey Hendrickson was great. Awuzie was great. Von Bell was great. But, it's 2025, and the only player that's still on this team is Trey Hendrickson. So when we're not drafting well, it's not like we're having hard conversations about where we should put money. It's not like we're we can't sign look at the Philadelphia Eagles. Oh, you want to sign A.J. Brown or you want to sign Jalen Carter? Like, that's a tough conversation. Our conversations is like, all right, do we just pay T. Higgins? I know it's going to look silly because all of our money's going to be wrapped up into our quarterback and 2 wide receivers, but are you just going to let T. Higgins go out the door? Are you just going to let – because he's – like, we've drafted, like, 3 great players in the last 5 years, and they're all locked up long term. We haven't drafted another great player. So it's just like – what I'm saying is it's not like we're having the hardest conversations in the world about how we should use our money. But all right, 1st and 10 for Flacco. Down 15, 3:45 to go. It's a check that he's just got no zip, does he? Out to Noah Fant, and he fumbles the ball. Noah Fant fumbles it, and it's scooped. It's scored. And the Pittsburgh Steelers now will be up in the 30s. That's the second time Noah Fant's fumbled like that, right? James Pierre with the ice cream, the scoop and score. $33-12. Oh, man. I'll say this, guys. Was he down? I don't even know. Was he down? He even tries to hold on to the ball, doesn't he? I mean, he's the ball's out. I mean, that's a fumble. That's a scoop and score. That's a touchdown. Yep, that's a scoop and score. I don't know. There's no accountability, no mitigation. I mean, it's now, I keep saying this, but it keeps surmounting. I said this 2 weeks ago when I did the postgame show. When talking about Duke Tobin, when talking about Zach Taylor, and this was before the trade deadline, I said that they need to be fired because there's not another job that I know of in this world. So correct me if I'm wrong. There's not another job where you are completely inept for 8 weeks in a row. They will be 1-7 over these 8 weeks. 1-7. And in 7 of the 8 games, completely embarrassed. This is the National Football League, where more often than not, games are pretty close. To where, like, if you just keep that nose on the grindstone, you're going to be in a lot of game-winning situations. And they have been in that. Now, I mean, it's been a one-score game in the final 4 minutes for 3 consecutive games, and we're going to lose by 20-plus points. But it's just, I do not understand how you can continue to keep your job. I don't understand how, if you're embarrassed for 7 weeks out of 8, how you get to sit down and continue, how we as fans that, you know, we work hard for our money and we decide, hey, on our 2 days off from work, from the grind of life, I'm going to spend one of them watching your product, and I'm going to spend money on your jerseys and going to games, and, I'm going to supplement all these different areas and bars and all this stuff, and just towards your product. I'm committing to you, and you give us an embarrassing product for 7 of 8 weeks. When we had expectations, they weren't as high as they've been in the years prior, but we still had expectations to be playing in the postseason, to be playing in January. And yeah, you lose Joe Burrow, and I get it. The expectations change. But this team is in the most peculiar spot it's been in since 2020, since 2020, before we drafted Joe Burrow. And I'm like, you know what? I'll say this. I give you guys that want Caleb Downs. I know it's a lot of, I hate Ohio State. I'll be honest with you. And I know you guys, good for you guys that you get to watch Ohio State dominate people. Because the only team I care about on the weekends is the team that I'm currently watching, and they effing blow. And I'm tired of it. And thank God in 7 days at this very moment, I'll be on the beach. But this team, man, it's just hilarious. It is hilarious how I devote this much time, this much energy of my life. Hey, we got Jamar Chase involved. Yeah. Yeah. So we go to the 2-minute warning. It's 34-12. 2 defensive touchdowns for the Steelers. Make it 34-12. 1 touchdown for the Bengals on the opening drive and have not scored since. I actually, see, this is where I'm demented. This is where I'm messed up here. Is because I actually foolishly, knowing what the Bengals are and knowing how they operate, I convinced myself that they were going to fire Zach Taylor after the Bears game. I thought that game was about as embarrassing as it can possibly be after losing to the Jets, which was embarrassing as it could possibly be, after losing to the Packers, which was an embarrassment, after losing to the Minnesota Vikings and the Detroit Lions and I'm missing a team, the Denver Broncos on primetime television. I thought that after that competitive embarrassment week after week after week after week, that finally there'd be some reprieve in that I convinced my brain that Zach Taylor or Duke Tobin were going to get fired by Monday morning. And obviously I was wrong. And I see how foolish that is. And they're not going to get fired midseason. They're not. I wish they would, but they're not. And instead, we're going to do this. And to be honest, we're going to get to the end. We're going to get to the end of the season, and they're going to hit the re-up. It's going to be Zach Taylor and Duke Tobin once again. And then they're going to see in this city just how dumb we are. Because this is how dumb. I'm sorry. I'm not calling you guys dumb. I'm calling myself dumb. Because I will get excited for the season once again next year. And I'll text my friends. I'll listen to Welcome to the Jungle. I'll sing the Bengal growl. I'll do all that because Joe Burrow and Hope, and we got a third-place schedule, and the schedule looks a little easier, and, the Steelers aren't that good this year, and who knows whatever it is. And I will be right back to point one, convincing myself that this team is viable when deep down we know they aren't. They just aren't, and they won't be with the current leadership without just getting bloody lucky. But it's literally just week after week that I cannot comprehend how in the National Football League you get embarrassed 7 out of 8 weeks. Embarrassed. Like truly embarrassed by 7 different opponents too. It's not like we're just, we got blown out by the Ravens and the Steelers twice. No, it's not that. 7 different teams have made me just question everything there is about this organization. I just don't even know how this team hasn't lucked into some picks, man. Obviously they did with Joe, Jamar, T, whatever. But I don't know how they just don't luck into a 5th rounder that's a starter or a 6th rounder that makes some big plays. But instead, it's every single player just isn't good enough. And you don't see that other places. Other teams develop their players. They get talented guys and they develop them. We don't. No siree. No. Not quite. This is worse than bad. It is worse than bad. Bye-bye. It's just hilarious that Minute 17, maybe we'll get in here. I see another super chat. We had a $10 super chat from No Name. Mike Potts must be fired. We have failed year after year in the draft. He has scouted everyone and built our draft boards. We wasted the Joe Burrow chase era with Mike Potts draft picks. Yeah. It's I just don't. I guess I don't know what to say. And we're gonna do a post-game show, and luckily I have a great human being in Craig Sandlin that puts all this together. I just have to show up and go. But he'll ask me questions, and I will try my best to give exactly how I'm feeling. Here comes the final play of the game. We're just going to toss one up to Jamar Chase. And we are, and there's no penalty thrown, no flag. 4th and 1, incomplete. Just chucked it up to Uno. Try it again, baby. Try it again. Me and Craig Sandlin will be doing post-game here immediately after the game, which this is going to be the final play. And I just spoiled what happens here by looking up there. 4th and 1. I would have liked to see, I guess, at least one touchdown, and it's intercepted. Or is that just incomplete pass? Incomplete pass, turnover on downs. And that's the end of the game. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here for the entire game. We're going to run about a 2-minute intro. From that point forward, me and Craig Sandlin will be here on the post game, taking you through, because I'm sure there's a lot of, you know what? It's small wins Saturday. It's small wins Sunday. So we're gonna look for the small wins. The small wins. See ya.
With the right around Huntley, he reaches. Oh, that ball's out. That's live. Back the other way, Sam Hubbard. The Cincinnati Kid. Hubbard's got a convoy. Chased by Andrews. At the 30, the 20. He will score.
To the end zone, down the field, and it is deflected and gone. Touchdown. A.J. Green.
Back to throw. Men are coming late. Look right down the middle. There's Eddie Brown. He has it at the 35 to the 30. He may go 10-5. Touchdown.
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up. It is good.
Corey Dillon. He's gone. The knockout punch. You're looking at it. 65 yards. And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20, touchdown! And Chris Collinsworth.
Throwing the long ball. Deep down the field. Johnson's got it. Touchdown, Cincinnati.
Look at Chase go. Oh my goodness, what a gear he just found. Case for the touchdown. Wow, Chase is on the case.
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam. How about that?
It is no fluke. It is a fact that our Cincinnati Bengals are absolutely booty cheeks, Craig. They are absolutely terrible, miserable, hilarious. They are, this is the most frustrated I've ever been, to be quite honest, as a Cincinnati Bengals fan. And that's saying something coming from this town. Craig, thank you so much for being here. Post-game here on the Chatterbox Bengals. They take it down 32-12. You steer the ship, so go ahead and take the wheel.
No, it's funny. I mean, it's a frustrating loss, but like at this point after the bye, you stood pat on a team that was sitting at 3-6. You didn't make a trade to add to the team. You didn't do anything to change the team. Like, I don't know how you look at this team as the trade deadline comes and you just sit pat. You either have to say, okay, we're good enough. We're going to try and make a move to get better because we have holes on the defensive side of the ball that we need to get better on. Or you need to sell off all the sellable pieces and you need to try and reset for the rest of the year. And instead, this front office decides to just sit pat and assume that the guys that are in the building are good enough to take this team to the playoffs. And we all watching this game and watching throughout the entire season, we know that that's not true. And then you want to talk about, okay, well, at least we had the bye week to get ready for a divisional opponent in the Pittsburgh Steelers. And that was the offensive game plan that we came out with. We've seen over the last several weeks how great Joe Flacco has looked when trying to make easy, quick reads, just get the ball into his playmakers' hands. Jamar Chase on the quick screen passes, Jamar Chase on the quick under routes, Jamar Chase on the quick speed routes, on the end arounds, all of these different options. And we saw none of it today. And I'll have to watch the tape. I don't know if the Steelers were just pressing Jamar Chase so much that there was nothing there in the quick game or what. But when I started to pay attention to that, I certainly didn't see an offense that didn't have opportunities. I saw an offense with a game plan that just made zero sense when you're talking about a divisional opponent, a hard-hitting game that last time was a 33-31 ball game. And so we talked about it before the bye week that we wanted to see Zach Taylor gone. We didn't think that he was good enough to take this team back to the promised land. And now I sit here 2 weeks later and I watch this terrible game plan that our quote-unquote offensive guru head coach put together for this Pittsburgh Steelers team. And I say yet again, why is Zach Taylor the head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals? It does not make sense to me why Zach Taylor and Duke Tobin have a job right now with the Cincinnati Bengals. Zach Taylor, to your point, you talked about it during the broadcast. I don't think he's a terrible play caller. I really don't. I think there are times when he puts together really good game plans and this offense clicks. But then I think he tries to get cute. I think he tries to overthink things and he tries to go away from what has worked time and time and time again and tries to catch people off guard by getting cute. And this is what happens when he does that. We get behind. We have to completely try to alter the game plan. And you can't catch up because Zach Taylor, who as good as he is putting together offensive game plans when he can before a game, as soon as things go wrong, he has zero in-game ability to adjust. And we've seen that time and time again as well. We don't even have to talk about the defense. The defense has been bad enough as it is. But as a head coach and as someone who prides yourself in the offense, today was not good enough, especially when you have 2 weeks to prepare for a team that you should be super familiar with.
That was really good, Craig, because you said about 7 things that I want to touch on, and I'll try my best to touch on as many as I can. First off, I'm with you on it doesn't make any sense on why Zach Taylor and Duke Tobin are going to continue to be the head of the charge here for the Cincinnati Bengals for the rest of this year. It doesn't make any sense. They should have been fired. Honestly, probably a long time ago, but certainly should have been fired after the Chicago Bears game because, as I've put it a million times, and I'll continue to say it because it's a true point, I don't understand how you can continue to keep your job in this league when you have been completely embarrassed the way that this team has the last now 8 weeks. And it's completely embarrassing in this league when your aspirations are high. Like when the first year when he was here and they were losing big all the time, it's whatever. We didn't have expectations of them being good. So it's just kind of like the Jets lose this way, they don't have expectations. The Saints lose this way, you don't have expectations. We wanted to make the postseason. We thought we could make some noise in the postseason, and they continue to get embarrassed week in and week out. So I'll say that because it's almost boring to talk about because our points are what they are. We know this team. They're going to continue to be the head coaches for the rest of this year, and he's going to continue being the head coach and the head of the team or head of player personnel. Duke Tobin is. So it is what it is. Secondly, when it comes to the game plan, first off, it was incredibly evident that Joe Flacco was not himself. It was incredibly evident that Joe Flacco was playing at best 70%. And I don't know if the fact that he was hurt changed the want to try to push the ball downfield, but every option he was very quick to go to. All right, we'll just give it to Chase Brown. All right, we'll just give it to Noah Fant. All right, we'll just give it to Andre Yoshavas. All right, we'll just check it on down, and we'll take our 5 yards here and there. And it was incredibly evident that he was not playing at full go. But you are right about Zach Taylor, who I think is a better play caller than he gets credit for. But this offense has fired on all cylinders by doing two things: getting the ball to Jamar Chase and getting the ball to T. Higgins frequently, often, early, late, big plays, short plays, just getting them the ball and saying, hey, keep us in the ball game, guys. And they have done that, and they just didn't do that today. Just point blank did not do that today. We'll talk more about this all, but it's hard to be overly animated. It's hard to be emotional about this team at this point because they are showing us who they are, and that is an inept football team. They are showing us that what we believed before they got Joe Flacco is, I truly believed before they got Joe Flacco, this was the worst team in football. Now they have Joe Flacco. They're clearly not the worst team in football, but they're not much better. And they've now been embarrassed in 7 of 8 games in a row. If I would have told you after Joe Burrow's injury and they started 2-0 that we would be 3-7 going into the 3rd week of November, I don't think the most cynical Bengals fans would have said that'd be the case. I don't think that, and there's some cynical people in the chat, I don't think the most cynical fans would have said, oh no, we'd be better than 3-7. We'd be better than 3-7. That's not even talking about how it looked. So I guess we'll just get into the game. It's just it's disheartening because it's hard for me to get emotional about this whole thing. It's hard for me to get really fired up about it anymore.
Well, you got to remember though, at that point in the season when Burrow went out, they just beat the Browns 17-16, right? Which is a terrible offensive team.
Sure.
They beat the Jaguars 31-27, a team with a new head coach who was still learning an offense, and they still put up 27 points on you. And here you are now, 10 weeks later, in every single game since that point, your defense has allowed at least 27 points since that Jaguars game. And at some point, something's got to change. And to your point, I mean, I don't know that a lot of people did. There were a lot of people that in our chat that I know that were saying, oh, Jake Browning can run this offense perfectly well.
Right.
And look, I'm an optimist. You know that. Everybody in the chat knows that. Yeah, and I was on board. I thought Jake Browning could hold us over, right? I didn't think he was going to be great, 100%. But I thought he was going to be perfectly fine. And he was not. And then we went out and we got Joe Flacco, and Joe Flacco obviously performed really well his first several games. And so here I am. I'm thinking, all right, well, let's get going. Let's get some momentum. As Zach talks about in his post-game press conferences, we just need someone to make a play and get some momentum going. And it just doesn't happen. 0 turnovers again today on the defensive side of the ball. I don't know the last time we had a turnover. I'm sure we've had them and I'm just forgetting them, but certainly this defense does not make plays and doesn't give this offense any real momentum at any points. And it just feels like something at some point has to change. And I'd love for it to be now, but I think we all can agree at this point in the season that Zach Taylor is here at least for the rest of the year. Right. And this front office is probably here for the rest of our lives. And that'll change about that. So let's, as you mentioned, let's go through today's game, give you your weekly bathroom break if you need it. And then we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Let's talk about how we got there. Steelers and Bengals on Sunday. Steelers drive down the field in the first drive of the game with little resistance from the Bengals D. Steelers running backs accounts for 55 yards on the drive, including the final 11 on a Kenneth Gainwell screen pass, scoring untouched out of the backfield. The Bengals answer with a T. Higgins 28-yard touchdown after a Steelers penalty on the extra point. Bengals decide to take the extra point off the board and go for 2, but can't convert on a wildcat run from Chase Brown. Score stood at 7-6 Steelers. Then we got to the really exciting part of this game, everybody. The Steelers punted, the Bengals punted, the Steelers punted, the Bengals punted, the Steelers punted, then the Bengals punted. Can you believe it? 3 straight Steelers drives end in a punt. But then after the Bengals are called for 37 yards of penalties on the last drive before the half, the Steelers go down and get a field goal. The Steelers lead 10-6 at half. Bengals get 2 good runs from Chase Brown to get into field goal range in their first drive of the second half. Evan McPherson connects on a 43-yard attempt, making it 10-9. Mason Rudolph replaced an injured Aaron Rodgers to start the second half. On his first drive, he throws for 53 yards and gets the Steelers into field goal range for a 13-9 Steelers lead. On the next drive, though, Flacco is hit as he throws, and Kyle Duggar picks off a bad throw, takes it to the house. Steelers lead 20-9. Jamar Chase and Jalen Ramsey get tangled up twice on the next drive. Ramsey throwing a punch on the second time, resulting in his ejection. Bengals unable to capitalize, though, and settle for a field goal, make it 20-12 with 9 minutes and 41 seconds remaining. The Steelers are able to burn 6 minutes from the clock en route to a Kenneth Gainwell touchdown on yet another screen pass to ice this one. Score was 27-12 at that point with 3:40 to go. Noah Fant fumbled on the first play of the next drive, though. It was recovered by Pierre, returned for a touchdown. 34-12 Steelers lead. Bengals get down deep into the Steelers territory on the final drive, but unable to connect on a 4th down conversion. Steelers win 34-12. Joe Flacco, 23 of 40, 199 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Chase Brown, maybe the lone bright spot, 18 carries, 99 yards, 6 receptions, 28 yards. T. Higgins, 3 for 63 and a touchdown. Jamar Chase, limited to just 3 catches on the day, 30 yards total. Andre Yoshivas, also 3 catches for 20 yards. He's not back yet. That's okay. We'll fill it in till we get there. Look, it was a terrible game, and we all know that. But you look at the box score, and I think it's pretty obvious what it was. And we look at the early PFF grades, and 15 missed tackles from this Bengals defense, 4 by Barrett Carter, 3 by Geno Stone, Fig Newton, Oren Burks, and Chris Jenkins, all credited with missed tackles, as was DJ Turner, Joseph Osai, and BJ Hill. The 15 tackles, a big story on the defensive side of the ball, continues to be an issue for this defense as they continue to try and figure out how to right the ship on that side. Talk about the question of is it X's and O's, or is it coaches and Joes? And I think we know the answer on the defensive side of the ball, Reid.
Yeah, no, it's pretty clearly that the guys just aren't very good. It's pretty clearly that the guys aren't very good. We talked with Jay Morrison early on this week, and he almost lamented the fact that this team is defensively so bad that they can't even learn the more complicated things, which also I would throw up my hands and be like, well, the simple things aren't working, so maybe just try it. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the game, when things started becoming abundantly clear that the game was over and the end was here, you start thinking about how the team gets to this point. And it is almost mind-boggling, the fact that they haven't been able to have good players fall in their lap. It's almost impossible to comprehend how, with all the picks that they had 2 years ago, with the picks that they are clearly spending high draft capital, with the free agents that they have signed from here and there, that just none of them are really good players. I mean, DJ Turner's playing well right now, but we've seen Cam Taylor-Britt play well, and it goes. And is DJ Turner just looking like a really good player because the rest of the team is so bad? I don't know. It's so mind-boggling how this team has gotten to the point where players just haven't just like you just like throwing darts, right? Like if I put players on a dartboard and just threw it, I'm like, all right, that's who I'm taking. They're all defensive players. I've got a better shot at landing great talent than the Bengals do currently. It's almost like they're trying to miss these picks and trying to. It's truly like they're almost trying to miss this badly on some players because it doesn't make any sense. And there's no development. There's no mitigation. It's just exactly what we're seeing is how the team is ran. There are no secrets in this league. There is no fugazis. What you are is what you are. And this team is ran like a kindergarten Pee Wee Pop Warner team. And that's the results we're getting. That's the results we're getting.
Hilarious, because I don't even know if this is where you were going with that, but it's honestly true. The draft philosophy of this team makes zero sense for their ability to develop any of these guys. We've seen it time and time again. We talked about it on the pregame show. Shamar Stewart, a freak athlete, but just hasn't had the production. And yet the Bengals think that they're going to be able to develop him into a producing defensive edge. It matches exactly what you're talking about. Kindergarten, Pee-wee football, because what happens, and maybe it's a bad example, but there are legitimately tryouts for like travel ball, travel football. And what happens? You go, you watch, and you figure out who just the most athletic kid on the field is, because they're going to be able at that age to be able to just run past everybody. And the Bengals, for whatever reason, think that they can accomplish the same thing at the NFL level. And that's just not the case. Everybody in the NFL, we hear it so much, everybody in the NFL is bigger, faster, and stronger than they are at college. That's why everybody says, oh, well, would Ohio State beat the Cleveland Browns? And then all the experts say the Cleveland Browns would win by 50. It's because everybody's bigger, faster, and stronger at the professional level than at that college level. And that's not a knock against Ohio State. They're clearly the best team in NCAA this year. But the truth of the matter is that professional football is just a different level. You can't go and attack it the same way you would a third grade flag football team. You can't just go take the most athletic kids and hope that they become good football players, because at third grade level, you're absolutely right. They can run past everybody. In the NFL, that doesn't work. And yet Zach Taylor and this front office continue to use that draft philosophy in taking the fastest guys and taking guys that are freak athletes that have not shown an ability to produce at the college level and hope that they can produce at the professional level. And so, yeah, I'm with you. I agree. I think that's actually a pretty good analogy to what we're seeing with this Bengals front office, whether you intended it or not. But it just, I don't know, how we get past this, and Zach Taylor's at the podium now, so we'll keep an eye out for
I can't wait to see what nuggets of wisdom he
quotes. Yeah. Again, I said it before. You're coming out of a bye week. Zach Taylor says you have to credit them. They had a great game plan. They played well. Zach, you had 2 weeks to prepare for him. Zach Taylor was asked if the Bengals didn't need to make any personnel changes as tackling continues to be an issue for the defense. Simple response: no. Zach Taylor, you feel all the losses. You feel them all. They eat at you all. We are working like crazy to make sure this doesn't happen. So look, so far, a lot of the same exact quotes that we hear from Zach Taylor every single week. But this linebacking crew, and a lot of people talked about it at the time, the Barrett Carter draft, the Demetrius Knight draft, Oren Burke signing in the free agency, trading away Logan Wilson. You saw it with the 2 screen pass touchdowns, Reid.
Yeah.
I honestly think the linebacking crew right now is a bigger weakness for this team than any other part of the defense. You talk about the secondary and how bad they've been. You talk about the defensive line and how little pressure they get. Honestly, I think this linebacking crew may even be the worst unit on the defense right now.
It's hard to gauge any of it
because they're all so terrible.
Correct. To be quite frank, it's hard to gauge any of it. It's like if a team was just completely inept offensively, and and you're wondering, is it because the offensive line can't block? Is it because the quarterback can't hit the open receivers? Is it because the receivers can't get open? Is it because the running back's missing the? And in truth, it all kind of blends together, and it's all on purpose. And you say the linebackers are the worst crew on this defensive unit. I have no way of proving you right or wrong. I have seen some nice things from Demetrius Knight at times this season. I've seen him on plays. I have seen very seldomly Barrett Carter been worth his weight in spit. And they are the worst graded, according to Pro Football Focus, linebackers in the league. So, yeah, it could be. They truly could be. It's hard to gauge it, though. It's hard to gauge it.
Let me do this.
Go ahead.
Let me give you this. PFF, which people have their druthers about.
Reservations.
Right? Is that the right word? Druthers? Sure.
You have a better lexicon than I do.
Here, let me give you the lowest ranked defenders on this Bengals team so far this season, according to PFF.
This is going to be great.
We'll start with Jordan Jefferson and his 13 total snaps. Okay. Whatever. Yeah. Next on the list, Barrett Carter, 35.4 total PFF grade throughout this year so far. Next on the list, Shamar Stewart, 36.9 PFF grade on the defensive side of the ball. Next on the list, Demetrius Knight Jr., 37.1 grade on the defensive side of the ball. So regardless of whether you think the linebacking crew is the worst, whether you think it's the D-line, whether you think it's the secondary, it doesn't matter. What I can tell you is that 3 of the worst players on the defense so far, according to trained eyes, have been the 3 top draft picks that you made in 2025.
Yeah, on top of that, they're probably, if you're the worst players on the worst defense in the league, there's a good chance that you might be the worst players, the worst graded players in the entire NFL. I mean, they certainly got to be on the short list. And it just goes into what I was talking about earlier and what we lamented, which is it's no secret. It's not a secret formula how you are good in the NFL. There's nothing that the Baltimore Ravens or the Kansas City Chiefs or whoever has been dominating the league for the last 5 years, there is no secret sauce to it. We know what you have to do. Can you execute it? Do you got a good coach? Do you got a good quarterback? Do you draft well? And it is a true testament to how poorly they are at the latter, the last of those 3 things I mentioned, drafting well, that they are able to tear down what the Bengals do have, which is an elite offense. An elite, which didn't show today, an elite quarterback in Joe Burrow. They're able to somehow tear that down, and it's a true testament of how poorly they are at drafting those defenses. And mind you this, with what the Bengals did last season, which was have one of the best offenses in the league, and everyone from you to me to Dan Orlovsky to Colin Cowherd to all 32 GMs and head coaches knew why the Bengals didn't make the postseason last year, and that was a terrible defense. So I don't know, but I'm guessing that a great majority of the time spent this offseason in preparations for the draft was spent on scouting defensive players, and you can tell by that's where they used their biggest draft capital, was towards defensive players. So they spent all of this time and all of this effort and all of this energy, and now the draft capital, and on top of that, money, and they still didn't come effing close on any of the players, on any of them. They weren't there, and I just tried to talk up Demetrius Knight like he's been at times Brian Urlacher this season. It's not even that. He looks at times like he can play the position at a starter level in the league, and that's all I want. And it's very seldom when he does that. But the other 2, Barrett Carter and Shamar Stewart, God bless it. It is painful. and I've now made this joke 1 billion times on Chatterbox content. It's not historically bad. It is hilariously bad. What happened to Barrett Carter today from Washington when he got stiff-armed? That's hilarious. It's painful as a fan, but it's truly hilarious that happened. That you are an NFL linebacker and you just got sunned like that. You ask people around the country, what's the most badass position in sports? Like where do the bad MFers go to play? And they go linebackers. That's where, that's the Brian Urlachers and the Ray Lewises. And Barrett Carter plays that position, and he just looked like a 10-year-old against Washington. It's just, I just don't know how they spent this much time, effort, and energy and just didn't come close. Craig.
Yeah. Defense gives up, the Bengals give up 27 points yet again. Reid mentioned it before, 9 straight games now. That is tied for a Super Bowl era record, tying with the 2020 Chargers. That stat courtesy of Jay Morrison. Appreciate Jay for his contributions to the coverage. I'm done talking about the defense, Reid. Honestly,
thank you. Yeah,
like we've beaten this horse a million times, and
I'll tell you what, Craig,
we'll probably beat it another million times.
Oh yeah, I'm getting out the bat tomorrow, and I'm gonna keep swinging, big guy. I'm gonna keep on swinging. But the defense actually isn't the true story.
Not the story of the game.
No, it's not.
Not the story of the game. Certainly the 34 points is rough, but you got to remember 14 of those came on turnovers, pick 6 from Flacco, and then a fumble 6 from Fant. So defense held those Steelers to 20, but boy, the points they gave up sure did look easy. But I tell you what didn't look easy is this wide receiver crew getting open today, and we already touched on it a little bit, but your 2 stars, T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, combined for just 6 catches for 93 yards on the day. Jamar Chase just 3 catches for 30 yards. You could see his frustration as the game went on. Obviously, him and Jalen Ramsey getting into it there in the fourth quarter. Eventually, Jalen Ramsey ejected from the game. I still don't understand how you come out of a bye week and you completely abandon what had worked for your team for the last 4 weeks under Joe Flacco and just completely abandon the quick hitting routes and the quick game for the wide receivers. But 6 catches out of those 2 is probably not a good recipe for trying to win a football game, especially against a team that you're familiar with in the Pittsburgh Steelers.
For 2 weeks after what happened in the Jets and the Bears game, and like you said, we beat the dead horse about how bad the defense was. We talked up this offense and talked them up and talked them up and talked them up because they deserved it, right? They deserved praise. Joe Flacco deserved praise, put up 470 yards, most of his career in his last game against the Chicago Bears. Like they truly deserve the credit that they were getting. And here they are after a bye week. You know what the offense did? They were worth -2 points today. They scored 12. They gave up 14. They were worth -2 points today. And it is a culmination of obviously Joe Flacco's hurt. Obviously the Steelers were probably a little jaded about what happened at Acrisure Stadium and letting Jamar Chase have 16 catches. And then clearly there was no effort to get the best players on the Cincinnati Bengals, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, and they are the best players on the roster, to get them directly involved with this game. There was no efforts in, jet sweeps, screens, everything that you mentioned. There was no effort to do that. And if I'm going to defend you time and time again, and I'm not going to call for his job again because I've already done that on the show, and I do think he should be fired. But you deserve to take a lick here, Zach Taylor, because that's just point blank not acceptable. That is not acceptable to where you are not getting those guys involved early in the game and often. How even at halftime, when they have 4 targets, and they had 4 targets at halftime, 4 catches maybe, how you don't just say, okay, we're going to come out here and the first play is going to go to Jamar Chase. It's just going to be a screen play and see if he can make one guy miss, because that's all it takes. And that's all you're trying to do is you're just, hey, can you make one guy miss? There's not a better dude in the league with the ball in his hands than Jamar Chase. And then, all right, well, can we use T. Higgins' talents? No, it's none of that. It's just unacceptable that they had this type of a game plan. And sometimes I think that things just kind of, it happens too quick. Like you look up and you're like, oh God, it's the third quarter and we haven't gotten the ball to Jamar yet. I think that does happen sometimes. But I just don't know how, when the offense was struggling, how you just don't look around and just go, okay, all right, Jamar, all right, T, all right. No, it's just purely unacceptable that it ever got to that point.
Yeah, and I saw people in the chat talking about, well, Jamar Chase was targeted 10 times in the game and T. Higgins was targeted 8 times in the game. But like, how many of those were like legit targets that were catchable? And how many of those times were they putting the ball into their playmakers' hands with easy catches and allowing them to run in space? Because that's what they got successful on over the last several weeks, was getting the ball into their hands and letting them make plays and run with the ball. And that didn't happen at all today. Yeah, T. Higgins had the touchdown, but other than that, like, nothing really of note on that. And yeah, to some point you got to tip your cap to the Steelers and their defense, and sure, they shut them down. But again, there were so many times over the last several weeks where Joe Flacco was just getting the ball out to Jamar Chase on the flat or getting it on that jet sweep that we talked about, and none of that happened. And I just don't understand how you come out of a bye week after the success you had for the last 4 weeks doing that and just completely abandon it. And so I don't know. I don't know what we have to do, but yeah. Another quote from Zach Taylor. They, meaning the Pittsburgh Steelers, did the things you got to do to win. I think ultimately the score is not indicative of how the game played, but it is what it is. This is not what we expected on our end. So I ask you this, Reid. Okay. Well, no, go ahead. I see you were thinking.
Oh, no, I was just going to say the last point he said that the score wasn't indicative. I mean, it was a one-score game and 4 minutes to go, and that was what? They're 3rd and 11. 3rd and 11. If we get a stop there, we're getting the ball back and like in a one-score game. That's fair.
I actually think the score at the end was more indicative of how the game was being played than the score with like 5 minutes to go, because I actually thought the defense wasn't playing good. They weren't playing good. Okay. They missed a ton of tackles, and ultimately the Steelers missed out on points because of it. I thought it very easily could have been a 34-12 ball game if I was watching live, despite the offensive turnovers that gave the Steelers 14 free points. So I actually, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'll go back and watch it and I'll be like, you know what? The defense actually played well. But from what I saw, I actually felt like the final score was more indicative of what I felt like the score was watching the game live versus what the score really was. I mean, you're still talking about Mason Rudolph coming in and throwing 12 of 16 for 127 yards against you. Oh, by the way, that's the second time Mason Rudolph has done that to you. Right.
Without throwing it downfield ever. Without throwing it downfield ever, too.
Correct.
You know what it looks like?
You're still talking about – go ahead.
I was going to say, you know what it looked like? It reminded me of the Russell Wilson game last year where he threw for 400, where he just kept checking it down, and every time they checked it down would have 15 yards. But you were going to make another point.
Yeah. Well, you're still talking about a team that had 8 penalties for 67 yards. You're talking about a team that couldn't tackle, 15 missed tackles on the day. Yeah, I thought that they bowed up and held the Steelers to field goals a couple times. And sure, they kept them out of the end zone more than maybe it seemed like. But outside of that little like 3-drive stint in the first half, especially in the second half, I felt like that team was not playing well on defense and was getting bullied, despite what the score was actually showing. Okay,
that's fair. I'm not going to sit here that is fair, and it's probably just a telling of that's the way the NFL is almost every game comes down to the final 10 minutes or so. So I'll take that. I'll say this. When we won on Thursday Night Football a month ago against the Steelers, they came into Acrisure Stadium and they played our game. And our game was high scoring. Both teams are going to put up 30 points. And we're just going to have the ball last, hopefully, and we'll try to beat you there. And that's what happened. We did that. And today we go into Pittsburgh, and we played their game. We played a disgusting, muddy football game, an AFC North, a Mike Tomlin versus Bengals football game that we saw when, we had Marvin Lewis. We saw that game twice a year. And, of course, when we played their game, we lost. And we lost pretty handsomely. So it just shows that this team has really one way to win. And I realized about the third quarter when it sank in that we were playing their game, that I was like, oh, we're not winning this. They're comfortable in this game. This isn't a game that we are akin to win. If it was in the mid-30s, we got a shot, even though we don't even win those games much very often. But it just was incredibly evident to me that we were bullied by the Steelers and the fact that they did what they wanted to do. They played the game how they wanted to play it, and we were just along for the ride. And, of course, we're not going to win those games ever. So.
Yep. All right, Reid, final thoughts on this week's game. I think we've said a lot, but I want to give you an opportunity. Anything we didn't talk about that you felt like we should?
No. Joe Flacco, and I don't remember what they said when that injury first happened, that if it was and maybe you can tell me, does it require surgery, his injury? Like, does it require significant time? Because what we're going to see is, until Joe Burrow comes back, which it might be just one more game, it might be 2 more or more, we are going to see Joe Flacco play closer to what he played today, because it's pretty evident that injury is bothering him quite considerably. I don't know how he threw for 470 2 weeks ago, but he did.
I think more severe AC joint sprains can lead to surgery, but I don't think that his is necessarily considered significant enough for that. So I don't know for sure, but just a quick Google search says that AC joint sprains that are type 3 through 6 may require surgery. But I guess types 1 and 2 may not. Post-operative includes activities being limited for at least 12 weeks. Return to contact sports may take 5 to 6 months. So if he does have surgery, he's done for the year.
Right, obviously.
Yeah. But let me do this, Reid. Let's take a look at the next game on the Bengals schedule, and then we will reconvene in just a minute. Bengals next game next Sunday against the New England Patriots. Oops, wrong one, Reid. Sunday, November 23rd, 1 p.m. on CBS. Pregame show at 12:30. Did this for a reason, Reid. I think this might be the breaking point. I think Joe Burrow might go to Zach Taylor this week and tell him, put me in, coach. Now, reports today were that he hasn't been cleared for full activity yet, so this may be a little bit premature for that, but next steps in his rehab are 11 on 11, and I know Joe Burrow, and Joe Burrow tells me that he's a competitor, and I think he's going to watch these last 3 losses, and he's going to want back out there, and whether or not he's healthy enough to do so, I don't know that yet, but I said it on Off the Bench this week. I'll say it again now. It will not surprise me if Joe Burrow starts against the New England Patriots next week. It's fine.
Yeah, I don't think there's a prayer. I don't think there's a prayer that he's going to play. And I'll double down and say, not only is it not a prayer, I don't want it to happen. But I think
that's the real question. Is
correct?
We've done this
a
Joe
million
Burrow's
times.
Cleared. He goes to Zach Taylor this week and says, I want to play. Put your Zach Taylor hat on, call some terrible offensive plays, and then tell me if Joe Burrow gets a chance against New England if he wanted to.
No, I don't want him to play.
And he's cleared.
I even if he's cleared, I don't want him to play. And I fought with Stone about this. I think you and I are on the same page when it comes to this. And it's the fact that there is no argument. There is none worth its weight that Joe Burrow should be playing on Thanksgiving or even next week. The only argument there is, because it's not a competitive thing, it's actually probably more competitive for the long-term outlook of the Cincinnati Bengals, that our injury-prone quarterback doesn't play in games that don't matter, and on top of that, puts us in better chances to lose games, which will help us in the long term. So it's not a competitive thing. And on top of that, I just laid it out. He's injury prone. Why do I want him to shorten his career in games that may or may not, or that won't matter? Like he has a chance to shorten his career, which it's already been shortened by several season-ending injuries. The only argument that is worth anything is it's because it's what you're supposed to do. Like your starting quarterback's healthy to play. You should play him. And it's just like, no, that's not good enough. That's not a good enough excuse. He's going to play, so I'm literally yelling at a wall. But it's not a good enough reason for me to say, like, well, it's just if he's a really good player and you have money tied up into him, so he should play. And it's just like, no, that's not. It's the outlook of the franchise is not better off with having Joe Burrow play. It's not. Because this team is not good enough to run the table with Joe Burrow. They're not good enough. And they'd have to. They'd have to win the final 6 games with him playing if he starts on Thanksgiving. Or if they somehow beat the Pats next week, we'd have to go, what would it be? 5-1. They go 6-1 for the final. Yeah, it's just there's no legit argument for him playing other than, I like watching Joe Burrow play, which as a fan, I'll give that to you. But you've got to concede if I'm going to give you that to you. If you're going to say that, well, I just like watching him play, then you have to concede to me, but I get that it doesn't make any sense. So it's beside the point.
Here's the last thing I'll say, and we both are on the same page. We both know that if even if healthy, there's no real reason for Joe Burrow to come back, especially at this point. But the thing that all of us have to keep in mind is that the minute Joe Burrow comes back and says that he's cleared and he's healthy and he wants to play, Zach Taylor, who now is coaching for his coaching life, will put him in the minute he can, the second he can. So there is zero conversation to be had about whether or not Joe Burrow will play. If healthy, he will. Yep. It's just a matter of when he gets cleared. We had a couple super chats, Reid, that we got to get to. Ben Riley with the $10 super chat. I hate that 2-point call. It takes a good kick away from Evan and forces you to play desperate when your QB had a hurt shoulder anyway. Sad also, at least you get paid to watch this. God, Zach had 2 weeks. Yeah, we get paid to watch this, and I'm still not sure it's enough, but here we are nonetheless. We didn't talk about that 2-point conversion because it ended up not mattering in the long run, Reid, but can we just agree that there's no conversation to be had at that point? You're absolutely taking the penalty and going for 2 in that situation 100% of the time.
Correct. Yeah, it's early in the game. You think your offense is going to be putting up points left and right. You have a chance to take a lead after looking as disappointed. Yeah, you absolutely go for it every single time. I know I saw you laughing in the chat because of how inept the play looked at. I didn't hate the play call. The Wildcat. I didn't hate the play call. I do wonder. Well, someone smarter than me, someone smarter about football that spent their life around football, because I have not. Explain to me why 2-point conversion plays are always gadget plays. Someone explain that to me, because I don't get it at all. It's never just a handoff off guard or a pitch play or whatever. It's always a Philly special or Wildcat or whatever, the Tim Tebow play. It's all of those, and I don't get that. I didn't hate the play call. I think it was just another example of just really poor execution. I don't know why Joe Flacco.
It's really poor execution because it's not in your playbook, Reid. Zach Taylor is potentially the least creative offensive play caller in the entire league. And that's the moment he decides to try and get cute with it. He does this every time. He gets cute with things where he tries to make play calls that catch defenses off guard or do all these things. Not once, I don't think in his entire career, let alone this year, has he shown a wildcat look. And yet he's going to come out and try and implement it on the 2-point conversion there. I hate the idea of putting Chase Brown in an empty backfield, direct snap, and try to run it behind the guard. I hate it. And I get what you're saying. Maybe at the end of the day, maybe we try to get too gimmicky in these situations, and the analytics say that it's actually easier to score from 5 to 10 yards out than it is from trying to score from 1 yard out. But here we are still putting Chase Brown behind the line of scrimmage with 0 lead blocker and 0 threat of anything else is the biggest fraud all year, because he didn't even look to a completely uncovered Joe Flacco. There was no read there. Now, if you want to come out and tell me, okay, well, we're putting that on tape because we're going to bring it back out in a week or two and we're going to actually throw the ball out of that look, okay, maybe we can start to have a conversation. But that's not the first time you put that play on tape. It is certainly not the only time you put that play on tape. There's got to be more looks that you're putting out there than to just think that all of a sudden you can run out there in empty wildcat backfield and somebody's going to trust that you're going to throw the ball to a 40-year-old Joe Flacco in that situation. It's a terrible play design. It's a terrible play call, regardless of the situation.
No lead blocker is an indictment on that play. That is fair, because not having Drew
Didn't
Sample,
even motion the tight end to be
not having Drew Sample
stacked.
or Tanner Hudson or Noah Fant or someone come in there to just try to be a wrecking ball, right? That's all you're told to do when you're Drew Sample in that situation. It's not even to pick up a guy. It's just when the ball is snapped, just go hit somebody and potentially jar something loose. Yeah, that is an indictment. It is almost like any time that the Bengals, because I can't remember, the Joe Mixon touchdown in the Super Bowl. How many trick plays have worked for the Bengals in the Zach Taylor era? Very few. In fact, more often than that, when we're doing a reverse pass or a flea flicker or whatever we do, they run them like they've never ran them in practice before. It's almost like, and I know this isn't what happened. I know they run them in practice. But it's almost like, Zach, you remember playing backyard football and you take the football and you're like, Craig, you go here and you're going to go this way and I'm going to go this. Yeah, you're literally drawing it on your hand. It's like he just did that. And Joe Flacco's in the huddle just all right, then you're going to go this place and you're going to sit here and you're just calling it on the fly. And it truly does feel like they never practice their trick plays because they very rarely work.
I think the most successful trick play that this Bengals team has run, at least that I can remember in a long time, was that flea flicker that was broken, and Chase Brown just decided to keep the ball and run for however long he ran for. That was the most successful trick play that I can remember. Since Mohamed Sanu, when we would throw the ball out of the Wildcat with Mohamed Sanu.
We ran a flea flicker last year against the Ravens, if I recall, that worked.
Okay.
I think if I recall, for a touchdown, was a big play. We tried for maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe I'm just high on this Bengals team that give me so much to feel joy from. But I could be wrong. But obviously the Joe Mixon pass in the Super Bowl comes to mind as well. I think
2022 against the Browns, maybe Bengals run a perfect flea flicker for a wide open touchdown. Okay. So maybe 2022.
Okay.
Anyway, doesn't matter. Bengals don't do it very often. They certainly haven't put a wildcat look on the tape a whole lot, and so that was in my eyes a bad call at a bad time. Ben Riley, Burrow is resting the rest of the season, right? Wouldn't we wish?
Right.
Boy, don't we wish.
We're going to do it again. We're going to talk about it more on this show. At some point, we're going to talk about it more on Off the Bench, on Chatterbox content. So I hope you guys aren't sick of that conversation yet, because it's at this point, what else do we have to talk about? But to wrap up our opinions in short, we don't want him to. It doesn't make any sense, but he's going to. So.
All right, one more super chat. A good team can win in 3 different ways: a dominant win, a comeback win, and lastly, a close game. Also, Flacco was high on drugs that last game.
Can we get him the drugs back? Can we get those drugs back? Do they have a? I genuinely don't know this. Do they obviously they have drug testing, but do they have a limit on painkillers and stuff like that while you're in season? I wonder if you're not allowed to take opioids and stuff. I truly don't know. If that would be a no. If he actually was, we're just drugging him up and just be hey, run out there, need you, Flacco. But beside the point. This team seems to not be able to win in any way, really, Ben. A good team can win in 3 different ways: a dominant win, a comeback win, and lastly, a close game. This team used to pride itself on winning close games. Even when this team was really good, they never really had dominant wins. That Super Bowl year, we dominated the Ravens twice. But even the next year when we went on that 10-game win streak or whatever we went on at the back end of the year, all the way to the AFC Championship game, none of those games were dominant. In fact, all of them were one-score games. But this team can't win in any way. They can't play the nasty game. They can't just multiple times against the Jets had double-digit leads and couldn't put them away. Yeah, and this team's just for lack of a better lexicon here, they're just not good. They're just not good. So,
well, Reid will be bringing you even more hot takes throughout the week on Off the Bench, Monday through Friday, 10A to 11A, and then Stone Shields will get his opinion on how this one went on the Stone Shields show, 11A to 12P, Monday through Friday as well, right here on Chatterbox Sports on YouTube.
I don't know if you're going to wrap this up. I was going to say I will not be here for the next 2 live streams, the next 2 watch-alongs. Craig will be doing those.
Cannot wait.
I'm spoiling something else. I actually won't be doing the watch-along for the next 3 games because
wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, we are. I think I have the authority to drop this, but we will be doing a live watch-along with fans at Smoke Justice for the Bills game in a few weeks. So keep your eye out on that. But Craig will be taking you through the next few watch-alongs. And thank you guys so much for being here for the last 7-8 weeks because it's been just such a delight. It's been so much fun.
Josh Allen with 6 total touchdowns today. Bills win 44-32 over the Buccaneers. So I'm sure that will be a very close game with the Bengals there in a couple of weeks. But first we have the Patriots, then the Ravens. So lots of fun coming up, and we'll have you covered right here on Chatterbox Sports. Make sure you follow us on social media at CBox Sports, wherever you get your live breaking news. And we'll be right here on Chatterbox Sports YouTube as well for all the latest and greatest Cincinnati sports coverage. Chatterbox Bearcats, unfortunate loss to Arizona yesterday, maybe transitioning to basketball season there in football. But hey, Fox's big noon kickoff live from Clifton on Saturday, the kickoff against BYU. So make sure you get down to campus for that. Flying Lion podcast as you covered for FC Cincinnati as they make their ways through the MLS playoffs. And as always, we'll be right here on Chatterbox Bengals, and I'll be with Nick Kirby on Chatterbox Reds. Until next time, give you the saddest of Who Days. Have a great